Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend so far. It's Qontra as well as Player of the Day, bringing you the entirety of the PUBG Southeast Asia Super Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. We are here for the final day of the competition to find out who are going to be the four teams from this particular bracket that will be going through. Of course, 3 have already qualified, but we'll determine one more. But before we talk about that, let's have a look and see how the standings look after 12 rounds of play. So we did see some epic competition yesterday. DIC really stepped up and they have taken the lead here by quite a margin.
Yes, indeed. And if they were to ever win a couple more rounds, I'm pretty sure that they are well secured on their way to PGS Berlin. I'm pretty sure the fight won't be so smooth sailing for members of DIC, as we still have so many teams still racing to the top, as we have Vietnam Esports, of course, on second place, Golden Cat on the third, which is only 1 point separating each of them, and Daytrade Gaming also show a solid sort of a framework that they had in towards day number 2 to get to where they needed. In Buriram United, we saw them being at the top but have been pushed down to 5th place, and of course there's still so many names here that are looking to prove that they are the best in Southeast Asia to get themselves to PGS Berlin.
And of course, this whole pool here is made up of the top teams from the PUBG Vietnam Series, the PUBG Thailand Series, and of course, those top 4 from the PUBG SEA Series. And they're all competing here to, of course, be champion. There are some which have already qualified, along with Buriram United Esports, Cerberus Esports, and Arkangel Predator. But we're still looking to see who is going to be joining them in the final competition in PGS Berlin.
That's right, and of course, speaking of which, we of course have the kill rankings up on our screens right now. 24 kills headed in towards the hands of DIC Smell, which round after round, he really put up such a great fight where we saw, especially in those Sanhok rounds, he just raked in all those kills alongside with Anquan, and even Tong K from Golden Cat has been really consistent. And who can ever forget Teddy with those really precise shots coming in from Vietnam Esports.
Yeah, I think Teddy has been really contributing here and there along the way and being just generally consistent. But yeah, yesterday DIC, we really did see Smell Anquan before not even on the kill charts has really started to dominate everyone's minds. You know, it's like, are we going to be facing off against this team? As they've been super hungry for the kills. They're leading the kill charts by a substantial margin, and we're going to see if they're going to continue that hot streak today. So of course we do have highlights coming up for you right now, as we're going to see exactly how it all went down in day 2 of the competition.
Well, of course, we're going to start off with all these sort of interesting sort of team fights. We're starting with this sort of a scene where we have Vietnam Esports going in with those really great frags where they went in rushing against Game Home. Of course, taking down Wesley first and eventually goes charging in to find the rest of the members of Game Home.
Yeah, and I think this very first game of the day here was going to be very much a matter of these teams coming back. That we didn't see them play so hard in day 1, or rather get the results that they needed. But yeah, I think Game Home here did drop the ball a little bit against Victim, as they were going to be seeing contributions to Teddy's kills, and yep, this is exactly what put him on the map here.
Yeah, and especially with Teddy, he just spot that pixel from right down below and then just take down members of Game Home where they were all pretty much separated, where Cerberus also had quite a number of highlights where, of course, they managed to pick up DIC. Eventually, Buriram joins into the party for the back, and this became a really noisy compound. But this is where Basil actually struck his stuff and just went in spraying down members of Cerberus. But, well, Tony goes in charging, and he did not even see Smell from the back.
And yeah, this is where Smell got 3 knocks in a row, coming up huge for DIC Gaming, and they were going to be able to take down Cerberus, but yeah, with BRU moving in as well, it was going to be a little bit dicey, a bit of a too tall of an order. here for DIC. So they would change things up in subsequent rounds and not really go for this play right in the center of the map.
Yeah, that was pretty much nail biting, and this is one great lob of the nade connecting towards creator members where RIP will just have to sit out of the game. And also, Tonke get that perfect line of sight against members of Purple Mood, and they are forcing Bosons and the rest of them to just walk into it. Another trap where Golden Cat managed to yet again punish members of Purple Moon.
Yeah, they were absolutely able to take them down here decisively in this fight. Golden Cat was not going to be denied as Purple Moon, one of the most consistent teams in day one. And second, to start day two, they really tumbled here at this particular juncture. And Miraculum Gaming trying to do what they could against Divine, but Divine was on point to start the day as they were looking to try and make up for lackluster performance in day number one, and they were going to be able to get into the final stages of this particular game, and together with Arkangel, in fact.
Yeah, Divine was in a spectacular form yesterday as we see them actually clinching up this game where, of course, picking off members of Miraculum first, eventually going in for day trade, and to finish it all off, it was that sort of classic rivalry against Arkangel Predator right down below, and of course, Nikki, alongside with the rest of them, actually put up such a really strong showing.
And yeah, Golden Cat, I mean, over the course of yesterday, we did see 4 different leaders at the top of the table, and yeah, I think we did see both Golden Cat and Divine also make it there after strong performances here. But Turtle and Golden Cat here facing a lot of pressure here from CJ, and he was really trying to take no prisoners here. As yeah, Golden Cat could do an awful lot, and Divine just being pegged there by 2 different teams. It's going to be difficult despite the fact that they managed to get double-digit kills.
Yeah, and all thanks to CJ18 here, who managed to get that 3 crucial knock, which gave that sort of lead towards the side of Arkangel Predator, and it went down to that 1 versus 2 situation where, of course, Arkangel Predator eventually managed to take this chicken dinner. Now, moving on to its match 8, of course, we see a lot of great headshots as well throughout the desert dunes of Miramar. Well, of course, with Game Home here already securing a lot of all these areas of coverage, and even just the moments here managed to actually go in for a pickoff against Canaxi.
Yeah, so Purple Mood was trying to get something going here, but yeah, it would prove to be a little bit difficult for this game here. Game Home going to continue to take down some of the opposition here after a better showing, but in general, I don't know, we haven't really seen the Game Home that we're used to seeing. I would say at this stage here, 4 Horsemen not having much luck with the rotations. There are too many people all going to be restricting their movement in these stages of the game.
Yeah, and of course, even some of all the other players from QC 4 Horsemen were all pretty much scattered across the map, and they had no place to even call home. And this is one of the great sort of battles that we saw inside of water treatment, where RCM was actually holding off every single one of these players of Phoenix Gaming.
Yeah, so Phoenix Gaming, we talked about how maybe some of their group engagements here not quite on point. I think this is one of those examples here, as they're not able to take down Angel Alliance, and Angel Alliance really made short work of them besides Soha. But yeah, they ran straight into the open arms of DIC Gaming, and they were going to be finishing them off in quick fashion here, as Smell getting 2 sweet kills there onto Angel Alliance, going to end their run here in match number 8.
Yeah, and eventually finds Soha as well, and that's two teams getting taken down by Smell, and there's no wonder why he's currently sitting at the top as well. Now, moving forward, we also saw this sort of battle between Victim as well as Golden Cat. Such intense moment for the side of Victim, where they actually tried to force their way upwards. Well, they got to knock over on this sort of situation, but look at how Tonke actually pull off quite some great close quarter combat action, where we saw the rest of them just came crashing in, and later on we'll see Merlin Moore stomping through from the top side.
Yeah, this was definitely a case of there's always a bigger fish around the corner here, as yeah, Merlin Moore really coming up big against Golden Cat. No time to reset themselves after taking that decisive fight earlier on, and that was going to be a little bit it for them. But of course, Merlin Moore taking quite a bit of damage themselves, but they're going to be picking up 8 kills in that particular instance, so 5 kills in fact. So that was a nice little move coming out from them.
Yeah, and of course, Merlin Moore did manage to actually pick off quite a lot of kills after taking down members of Golden Cat, while Arkangel Predator has been on a really peak form as they managed to spot out DIC Gaming's smell. And this is where Banana One, of course, was hiding at the back, and CES didn't really know where exactly to look, and immediately gets detonated by some of the frags coming out from him. And Arkangel had such great areas of to work with, where Divine was also cutting from the lower side, where we thought both of them would actually go in a full commitment.
Yeah, but there was a lot of hesitation from both of the teams, not wanting to go up over the top. Miraculum Gaming, though, falling to Creatory did open the game wide, as we did see Creatory trying to take advantage here, but they were fully exposed there when they were trying to attack both teams at the same time, and they were feeling the brunt of it. Divine able to split their resources expertly here, and they're going to be able to split it up and take the final kill there against CJ. And that was Divine Resurgent getting back towards their best after getting a second placing and then a first placing. This is them ascending up the table.
Yeah, no, of course, Divine managed to actually exact vengeance over onto the round being lost in the very first round. Miramar, of course, finally finding a win as well. KC how much has got some great vantage point from the top side of the kill. And this is where Cerberus actually walked straight in towards Hatin, and that's one nade to take out all three members of Cerberus eventually.
And DIC, this would be their game that they managed to get a record-breaking 18 kills in a single round. And yeah, they didn't even get the chicken dinner here, but you could see them just decisively taking a lot of these team fights around Hatin area, as the circle really favoring them on in this particular match here. But Divine here all trying to fend off this push coming in from Game Home, and they would prove to be a little bit more decisive against their Vietnamese counterparts.
Yeah, I thought that it wasn't really a great position for Game Home to actually commit to that fight, and eventually they did manage to pick up a couple kills away from Divine. And even for PNG, they were stuck in the corner here, where all of them were just swimming by the shore. But DIC still managed to actually find that sort of punish, though Smell did get knocked for the second time coming. Eventually will be safe by some of the teammates of DIC.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a weird beach landing coming out from Phoenix Gaming, and it was going to be to their detriment. So yeah, they already took down Cerberus, and now it's Phoenix. And of course, Purple Mood was going to be moving in as well, but it was going to be some nice flanking maneuvers here to have those successful team engagements there for DIC. And yep, wasn't going to be working out for Purple Mood. Not a very concerted effort.
Yeah, we saw Homeboy arriving to the scene really late, and nothing too much to expect. But look at how well they actually go in for these long-range engages as well, when QC was marching down the hill, and well, Golden Cat didn't really get all too much of a great chance, even with Chinese Esports shooting them from above, and they just really had nowhere to hide from that point onwards. But Day Trade definitely forced a push, and Creatory members didn't really have all too much out of that situation.
Yeah, so it was absolutely dicey. I mean, I think that this was our favorite game, you know, that there was just so much action, and DIC for all the kills that they managed to get. This was a nice nade coming out from them to take down Joe Man, but Joe Man would be the thorn in their side, as he's going to use whatever means necessary to try and take down these players.
Look at how Joe Man actually played this out. He went in for the very first kill, securing it towards Tony, and this actually preempts some of his member, but he just went in for a flake to get one member off from the back as well. And Banana One, of course, was the meat shield temporarily. Of course, a little bit of rewind on how Joman was only at 1 HP, but he went in for the flick, and he managed to set that kill back into his favor. And look at this once again. He was so low. He gets another one. Well, and there's nothing much that they could do. And eventually, they even sent 74L1 to come in to rescue Anquan, but even he gets caught out as well.
Yep, everyone was going to fall down to the Joe Man, and then he was going to come up big for Day Trade. And he proved to be able to secure some good placement here. Mad Dog nowhere to go here. Perfect nade coming out from Namsi, as Divine was continuing their strong form from the first two rounds, and they would go on to get a very solid round, another 11 kill game after game one. They managed to do the same as well, but this nade coming in from Turtle would be helping them secure that double-digit kills. And yeah, that was a nice play coming out from that final team member of Divine.
Yeah, that is one of the most perfect nades that we've seen all day, and Turtle was only down to one man, and eventually Victim has got himself cruising into his this sort of victory with course, Jolman right down below, who has already performed a miracle. He's probably worn out by the end of it all, and they managed to get this win undergoing for Vietnam Esports.
Yeah, and it was Miraculum Gaming like in day number 1, unfortunately not having much luck with the boat rotations as they would go out first, unfortunately, and absolutely got destroyed there as Phoenix getting assaulted here by Buriram United Esports as Soha is going to be joining his teammate at 6 feet under.
Yeah, and I do believe that the Thai squads are all masters of destruction and detonation. And speaking of detonation, look at how Buriram executed this sort of a fight. They've, of course, had a little bit of smokes right in front of them, but they've already known that they are hiding behind the rocks, so they just lobbed the grenade just at the right position to take down 69.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect moves coming out from them. And yeah, 4 horsemen here. They had the positional advantage, but they weren't able to take down all of Arkangel Predator playing from the blue zone in Sanhok. So ballsy play coming up, and they managed to get through, but they did take a little bit of losses there, and it didn't look as though that they were going to be able to really recover from that. Creatory only having a Fergus here, but he was still going to be a thorn in the side of Buriram United as they were a little bit disjointed here in the southern side.
Yeah, and we've seen Golden Cat, of course, getting wiped off by Vietnam Esports right there. And Victim have a really good coverage from the south side, where they have to just deal with Flash. And of course, they landed one great flashbang onto Flash, and then seal it off with that frag grenade as well. And eventually, it's only down to Jolman, and Jolman can't really do all too much, but to actually lurk outside of the zone and eventually get knocked out as well. And it led to this sort of situation against Merlin Moore.
And DIC, this is when they were going to start taking this competition by the scruff of the neck here, and they were going to be duking out with Merlin Moore right in the final stages here, and they were going to get their second chicken dinner of the competition. And yeah, they did manage to get 7 kills to boot there in that round. Not as high as the previous one, but definitely helping them move up the table. But yeah, Victim here not having much luck at the start of the game here and losing Hopkins straight away.
Look at how Sohati actually timed that nade so well, and he predicted them to actually cross path, and this is where Daytrade, of course, gets all flanked from multiple areas as well. And Phoenix Gaming, though they did have this sort of a compound in the school to play with, they got invaded by Angel Alliance, but they're having none of that BS, as we see Buriram also taking a whole lot of hit.
Yeah, so Buriram not having much luck here. After starting day number 2 in first position, they would be continually dropping down the leaderboard due to some of these instances here. Svit here not able to come out with it against Basil, and that was going to be Cerberus here, going to be bouncing back a little bit as they were going to be fighting off against the Horsemen. But yeah, Daytrade going out in this round, this would be see them starting to decline their performance. They were in 3rd position. They would go on to finish in 4th.
Yeah, and we've seen so many consistent games coming from the members of DIC. Once again, we always see Anquan on those kill fit. And as for Golden Cat, they looked as if they were in the best place possible to actually take it all the way. But of course, there's going to be Purple Moon on the other side of the hill, as well as the Golden Cat here, who needs to actually deal with Tony, but Tony can only do so much by himself. And members of PNG were still alive, and this is where it gets a little bit more interesting. Maxonus instantly goes in for that sort of spray down and finds Dr. Logi as well, and Golden Cat went on to try to secure that top 2 position.
Yeah, and looking at how things transpired here, this is actually the game that Phoenix Gaming was actually able to get quite a number of kills. They managed to get that 3rd placing here with 13 kills. Of course, Purple Mood finally bouncing back after not having great performance in the preceding 4 rounds.
Yeah, and moving into the match 12, we saw Hisaki having a perfect rooftop to actually play against his enemies, and he just went in for a free spray, and Z1 had a little bit of a point-blank shot, and there goes. Members of Golden Cat just gets depleted.
Yeah, and that's close quarters combat at its at its messiest brawl kind of state that you would imagine to see. Of course, there was still going to be the 2 other players here, but the utility was still fantastic coming out here from Golden Cat as catching out all these 3 members of Game Home, and they're going to be able to bounce back despite taking those losses.
Yeah, we got to look at this again. They open up with the frag, and it caused Yimka to actually run astray, and he didn't really know what exactly to do. You can't heal, you can't really walk out into the window, and the entirety of game homes just got incinerated. Well, victim, of course, they got pummeled down by Cerberus, and 2 rounds in a row, Cerberus as well as DIC, they were actually playing the perfect game inside of Erangel.
Yeah, Cerberus was picking up all of the kills here, and they would get 16 as they were absolutely on a tear, especially Haisaki here, leaving no prisoners at all. But DIC would be in a bit of trouble as they were going to be losing their players here, as not really having everyone together. So 4 Horsemen really going to be taking advantage of the turn of events.
Yeah, and we've seen some great spray into the smokes as we saw Hongbo Dage, of course, getting some knocks over onto 4 Horsemen. And Pretori looks like they have that advantage of the upper ground, but look at how they actually maneuvered around this. Bad guy went in charging, as well as Basil was the key player from the top side to actually take down members of Pretori with this sort of spray.
Yeah, the swift movement coming out from Cerberus here was going to prove decisive. Creatory got no answer in this fight here, and that was going to be it for them. Phoenix Gaming, again, continuing to have a good performance in second game in a row here, as they're looking to really try and advance up the table, and advance they would, but yeah, they were under still a lot of pressure here as of BRU just being right in the middle of the park, not letting anyone get a free ride.
Yeah, and there was a lot of pickups coming in for Haisaki as he managed to snap a total of 8 kills, and the game was not even over yet, as PNG, of course, lands this really good nade onto his Basil, as we speak of his name, and eventually they managed to find a way to still pick him up, and Buriram was only down to 1 man, gets taken off by Logi, but Phoenix Gaming, they were looking for that win, and eventually they managed to achieve it.
Yeah, and yeah, we weren't quite too sure after this nice nade coming out, taking down Dr. Logi, whether or not they would be able to do it, but 2 good picks there onto Haisaki, and Bad Guy would be sealing the deal as Basil trying to fight in vain here. He did manage to take down 1, but the numerical disadvantage was going to be proving to be too much, as Kush going to be putting the final touches there, and Phoenix Gaming would get 12 kills in that particular round. And yeah, they were looking pretty good towards the end of day 2. Can't wait to see how they're going to be performing here in day number 3. Now, we are going to be having our final 6 matches here pretty soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break, and when we return, we'll be bringing to you the first match of the day on Miramar.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're heading in towards our very first match of the day. And of course, we're starting off inside of Miramar. Of course, 5 minutes may have just passed, but seems to be that we may not have just missed all too much. Only 2 players being dropped out of the game so far. But Day Trade Gaming, they are just rotting upon those hills and hoping to actually get their very first win. As we see, Golden Cat is also moving their way northwards, as we might want to have a look into how the circle is going to be for this very first match of day number 3. And to conclude it all, we'll have a total of 6 games, as this is match 13.
Yeah, and we're seeing some long-range shots coming out from Golden Cat, trying to put a little bit more pressure from a little bit further away. But Namsi taking down his teammate, and Westneys is actually going to get a nice headshot there onto Toyox there. So Merlin Moore is taking a lot of pressure. I think the Golden Cat player was also shooting at him, but it looks like Westneys here is going to get smacked right back down by Casey How Much, and he's going to get 2 for his troubles.
Oh my, it seems to me that there's a lot of all those kills getting picked off, as Buriram also goes into action against DIC. And we're zooming in towards those top side of the kill with Casey How Much actually trying to take on the rest of Game Home.
Yeah, so he has to be a little bit careful here, but he could get the quad here if he plays his cards right, but it's going to be a little bit awkward. But yeah, he's just really trying to get any sort of advantage that he can. It is actually really dangerous for Game Home to try and hunt him down because of how the terrain currently is here. But oh, that's so terrible for Rip. He falls off his bike or falls down, and Jayers gets him. So yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate there. But Zigo here is going to take down his teammate Casey How Much, and he's going to actually take a lot of damage against Yumcut, but he's also going to take quite a bit from Zigo as well. He's now found out, and the nade is good there from Zigo. He's going to be able to take him down. And Merlin Moore here is in a little bit of trouble. Nicky trying to help his teammate as much as he can. It's going to be a very difficult battle. He lands some shots, but he's also going to have to heal up himself.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit of a range to cover for his side of Nicky 69, while Kuking is running across, trying to actually save Casey How Much, while Zigo ones might just actually go in for the push. But Yumcut could not actually go on the hot pursuit with Nicky pinning him up against the wall.
Yeah, so now these long-range shots gonna have to be on point, and on point it was. It gets a big chunk of damage off Zigo here, and that's enough time there for Kun Kang to get his teammate up. So Casey How Much is gonna heal up and get back into the fight here, and they might be able to finish off these 2 remaining players from Game Home. Yumcut currently gonna be on the higher ground, but Kun Kang has got him zeroed in his sights, so he's gonna continue to see. Oh, he's actually still taking damage, and I think Game Home is really expending all the utility that they have in this here, and still taking some long-range shots. Nicky able to land 3 shots there, and that's Zigo down. It's only Yumcut. This could be it, as Game Home could be going home in match number 1 for today.
Yumcut actually have to back off from this sort of fight, but here comes some of all these frags heading towards his corner. Zigo could not really do much, but just to wait for the moment. Well, Casey How Much will go on this sort of push, but the angles have already been held on by the side of Yumcut, and there we go! Game Home Esports, the first team to crash out of the first game of day 3.
Oh, totally squeezed out there by Merlin Moore, and just based off the kills alone, they are catching up to Game Home, as this is a tussle at the bottom of the table. So we'll see how the standings are going to be changing a little bit later on. But right now it's early days. We still have 15 teams left, and about 2/3 of the game still to go. Phase 2 is going to start dictating a little bit of play. Not so much for Golden Cat. They already got this nice position here in the center of the zone, as we're still going to have to see some drastic movements, as there's still very much quite a bit of space for most of the teams. They have not really managed to secure a lot of spots. San Martin is going to actually be very open for a lot of these other teams, but it's again going to carry a lot of risks, as it's going to be one of those more urban areas.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised to see that the entirety of San Martin has been cleared out by Cerberus really early on. And as for Arkangel, they're taking in towards the west side as well. There shouldn't be any sort of contest, but in between, this is going to be pretty tough, as we see Golden Cat here takes 2 separate compounds, as they are guarding this region with Miraculum Gaming really close by, and they might actually go in for a little bit of that commitment, with Buriram United still making a move.
Yeah, so all these prime locations are really being found out right now. There's not going to be quite a lot that's still remaining. Of course, Buriram United did actually start all the way on that eastern edge of the previous zone, so they have got quite a bit of distance. They actually have Divine right ahead of them, so they have to be a little bit careful, but they are trying to take this highway to try and get most of the distance done in a very short amount of time. Now, they won't be able to get to the stage where they can rotate where everyone else is still in rotation, just how far they are, but now there's Namsi right ahead, but looks like Killa is doing some work there onto Day Trade Gaming.
Oh my, Killa's definitely gonna get that knock in, but right in front of Buriram United, there is a lurker right across, and it's in the form of Namsi. Namsi is just sprinting across. He did seem to actually spot out some of all these movements as Buriram could not really go in to take down members of Divine.
Yeah, it looks as though that Namsi is going to be bolting it away with the bike here, as it looks like Divine does want to try and secure a better spot. Now, Divine really need to get a good start to today. Yesterday, we did see them get 3 great rounds to start things off, but they went cold after that, and after managing to take the first spot there, after being almost all the way at the bottom at the end of day 1, they go all the way back down to the mid-table, so they can still do it here, but it's going to still be a tall task for them. Let's see if they're going to be able to take down the consistent DIC team earlier on.
Yeah, and as for now, we're seeing a little bit of that sort of long-range tap. Purple Moon Esports has got Cerberus Gaming on the lockdown. While he's all alone, Haisaki has been in this tricky situation before, but he can buy enough time. As for Purple Moon Esports, they can consider taking down the sort of armory that's on the Murado. Well, at this moment, just trying to climb above the hill as they have control of St. Martin.
Yeah, so now looking at things here, it does look like Purple Mood will be having a lot of line of sight to work with. They will be able to see if anyone's going to try and sneak up through San Martin. But now we're seeing that Day Trade is going to be looking to hold this compound for the time being. There's not going to be a lot of problems for them. They have a 2-2 split going up for the time being, but Buriram is actually really scattered. God Meow is going to be really far away from everything else. Off-screen, Hemorrhage is actually doing some work there for Angel Alliance as well.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to be hurtful for them if they do stay outside of the zone for now. As you see, Buriram is trying to force Anquan to actually exit out of the oasis which he's currently at. While Buriram can't really wait any longer, so Noir is going to be driving in and definitely going to be leaving some of all these guys behind.
Yeah, so this is going to be a decent manage point, just that he needs to get inside his own turtle, taking quite a bit of damage here as Golden Cat trying to repel the attackers, but he's going straight towards Miraculum Gaming. I'm not sure this is a better solution here, and now it does look like that is Divine Esports getting eliminated here, and that is tragedy here. Victim also weighing in on that as well, but yeah, this is a little bit of desperation rotation, and I'm not sure if that was partly the play.
Oh, I'm not too sure at all. I mean, it's phase 3 and all these places have been booked out. They should have went in a little bit earlier if they really want to get themselves really safe inside. Well, they are trying to actually smash themselves in the middle of the map, and it definitely did not work in the favor of Divine Esports.
Yeah, they actually came from the northeast near where we saw Buriram United. Of course, we did see that the Noradra wasn't able to get the shots there onto Namsi. And they were all in vehicles as well, but yeah, they really ran the gauntlet there straight in towards Victim and Miraculum Gaming, so that's going to be unfortunate for them here, as they really needed to have a good start here to really try and cement their challenge here for the remaining 6 rounds that we have, as now things are descending to the mid-game here, as we only have 14 teams remaining.
Now, of course, with so much on the line, the winner will go to PGS Berlin. Some teams may have booked that spot, as we mentioned early on, such as Buriram right here, who's the top seed of the Thai League. And, of course, joined by them will be Arkangel Predator, as well as GEX from Chinese Taipei side.
Yeah, and we'll see how the representation is going to be from Southeast Asia. Of course, very competitive here at the PSSC. So everyone really trying to be vying for that final place there. Now, there is going to be a lot of long-range fire here onto Noadra. He's actually just trying to get a little bit of information here on the surrounding areas. And for the most part, it is absolutely congested here at Phase 3. Oh! Is he alive?
Oh, no, not
okay,
at all, not at all.
Okay. For a second there, we weren't sure whether or not like he did the most amazing stunt move there, but 69 is going to actually finish him off. And then Karma is going to be dealt to him as well. IQ 500 finishes off the would-be opportunist.
Well, I would say that they are really, really lucky coming in with those shots. And Angel Alliance got that free point and looking for IQ 500 on the head. And they just shot the dart right through. I'm not too sure what's happening on the other edge, but we would like to actually have a look in towards the areas of water treatment. Pretty much similar to what we saw the other day as well, but it's getting pretty congested towards the eastern side as we see Cerberus takes on Angel Alliance as well as PNG.
Oh, things are absolutely heating up. Their Creatory is being sandwiched right now with Angel Alliance and Phoenix Gaming on either side of them. It does look like RCM now is going to be going down himself. Merlin Moore moving into the zone here from the very central position. They are going to have a free shantytown compound to work with. But yeah, we're seeing none. It's going to get finished off here as Phoenix is taking advantage of that high ground near the water treatment side of things. And they are coming up over the top. RCM goes down again, and so does Heimerage.
Yeah, and as for Hongvo, they managed to actually get a little bit of that pickoff, but more here. They have a little bit of safety net for now. Daytrade's going to be coming in from the west side all the way up towards the northwest side, and they found themselves that sort of warehouse to book. Well, they might just be able to pick up some kills over on towards Golden Cat.
Yeah, so Buriram here is trying to solidify their position here. They only have 3 players left as... Oh, Konaxi also going down here from that long-range shot from Flash. So now they are in a little bit of a difficult spot. At least they are inside the next zone, but they have got Miraculum Gaming on one side, while Golden Cat is using that high ground to really put them in quite a spot. Konaxi is going to get res here, but they have had to use so much in the way of the smokes. They don't have any means of transportation. It's really not looking good for them.
Yeah, and look at how Golden Cat members are just locking their eyes like an eagle from the top side of the kill. And ED just have to actually reply in an instant with Tonke actually soaking a little bit of a headshot. Almost falling down as well. Buriram now committing towards the Thai compounds. And maybe he might just actually get a knock 20 more HP for ED.
Yeah, Edie's really just trying to keep his teammates alive here after he's able to land a few shots on 3 of the players there from Golden Cat, but they are going to just heal straight back up, and they're not the only ones putting them under pressure here. They realize there's no way that vehicle is going to go anywhere. They might as well blow it up now and use it as some permanent cover and not going to really hinder them into the later stages.
Oh, look what we have here. That's going to be Purple Mood crushing towards the side of Arkangel Predator as well. Now they're going to let loose some shots. Chippy S will be able to find Killa, and CJ needs to actually reply this shot coming in from the side of Boston's as well. Home Voltage knocks out 69, and that's one more member down and out from the side of Angel Alliance. Whoa, that's a 4-range being covered there as Angel Alliance fights back.
Oh, yeah, Arkangel is starting to run away from this one here. Killa and Mad Dog going to be offering a lot of fire support from the top of the hill, but it does look like Purple Mood will not be taking too much damage here. DIC is going to be doing damage to Daytrade off screen here as they take down 2 or 3, I do believe.
Well, now over on the side of the Tonke, it's going to be members of Daytrade losing out. Joman gets finished off by Tonke as we speak of it, while there's going to be Arkangel trying to save Mad Dog, and this is definitely going to be a tough terrain for them to play.
Yeah, it does look like now Arkangel, because they've already made that move into the more central position. While they have 1 player on the ground here, they are going to be open here. But Homeboy is actually going to go down here. Boston as well. CJ is going to open up. He takes down both of them here, but he's going to take one by himself as well as Just Moments and Chippy's moving in. The 2 players there for Arkangel are down. Cobbs trying to hold it by himself there, but Arkangel is in a difficult spot.
Oh my goodness me, did you see how Just Moments convincingly drive by and just mow down some of these players? And as we speak, Kyle's gonna land that nade, and it will take down Boston's along with him, as Just Moments will need a little bit of helping hand to get rest up. But Chippies, oh, there we go. Purple Moon Esports, 14 plays.
Yeah, gonna get wiped out there. Nikki standing out in the open, but he's gonna be able to finish off the player there from Purple Mood. And now it does look like Angel Alliance also gonna get finished off, not able to get out from that tussle there in the northeast. And it does look like our leaders, DIC Gaming, is gonna get eliminated here after taking 1 gunfight too many with all of these players here. But looks like Cobbs is still gonna be in the running here for Arkangel.
Oh, Jair just stormed right in and got himself that 1 kill. And now that's gonna be 4 Horsemen needing to actually actually go in for a revival. Another nade actually being thrown out the sort of window, and it might disconnect towards the members of Cerberus. Cerberus now having 3 men waiting by the edge of the outskirts. It might just be a really good flank coming in from Subang as well as Basil.
Yeah, but now it does look like Calbs is also weighing in on this one for Cerberus here, as they're really facing the problems here, trying to push into this shack here, held by the 4 horsemen. They still also have 2 players outside towards the south side. Oh, Daytrade is getting annihilated here. The last 2 players going to be finished off by Miraculum Gaming, and now Jobjab is going to be meeting up with the rest of his teammates, but they have only got this one door to work with, but they at least have a little bit of vision. But yeah, looks like Cerberus is actually moving closer to Calbs. They want to try and deal with him as he's finishing off his teammate.
And we are seeing so many of all the Philippine teams team actually coming up on top in towards this top 10 situation. Now Golden Cat playing it really slowly as we only have Tonkei getting 1 kill off. Swit's gonna be taken off, and here comes Jobjab trying to actually land this sort of Kobe, and it might just actually be able to actually connect towards the side of Subang, and they won't take that knock, and it's only gonna be Basil left for the side of Cerberus. He's walking inside the smoke, but not for long. There we go, 1 more nade, and it will be Arkangel Predator taken out as well. Nikki69 coming from the top side of the hill. They might just actually play the third party, and he will be able to pick some of these players off.
Oh, Merlin Moore really trying to take advantage of the situation. They already took out Calbs from Arkangel, and now they're looking to finish off Moore here. And it does look like they're starting to stumble here as 4 horsemen under a lot of pressure, as now Phoenix Gaming also is coming in. But it doesn't look good, as Jobjab is going to be the last remaining player. It does look like Golden Cat is being attracted to all of this attention here, as they do want to try and see if they can get kills. And now, if there's a team that really has been focusing more on the kills, based on the results, it's definitely Golden Cat.
Oh yeah, Golden Cat has been doing so much, but now Jobjab right down for the 4 horsemen. He's only going to be hiding by the shack. I'm not sure if he's got all too much of resources to even cut by in towards phase number 6. So Tinoy, of course, has got that 8 times SLR. He might just be able to actually spot something from this top side of the hill, as QC4 horsemen left Nikki69 finishing him off quite from afar.
Merlin Moore, 9 kills on the board, and they're looking to have a very good match 13 here. As now it looks like Phoenix Gaming is really catching sight of them, and it's going to be a lot of loot to work with here, but they need to move pretty quickly, as they only have another 5 seconds or so before it's going to start moving. But luckily for them, Victim is opening fire onto Phoenix Gaming. They have got their hands full, and it does look like Phoenix Gaming here taking hits here from Creatory, and it's also going to be Miraculum Gaming weighing in on this battle.
Oh my, Golden Cat immediately goes down from the vehicle, and he needs to actually take off Buriram before they can pursue any sort of further from this sort of distance, as Cerberus Esports is limited on 7th place, while Buriram hiding behind that shack, and they are separated with some of all these players of MG looking from the back.
Yeah, and currently Golden Cat is just getting a lot of shots towards Buriram United. They just don't have a lot of angles to work with, and they need to move here, as they're not really inside this next zone, and they have got Miraculum Gaming to worry about. And it seems as though Miraculum Gaming has been playing at that spot in also game 1 from yesterday as well.
Yeah, they've been camping the same spot for some time, and they have been definitely playing pretty consistently. But here goes Erdi, though, getting taken off by Tonkei. Now, there is still quite a number of Victim Esports players from the back which have been staying silently. Bandages have been utilized, and I don't think Kanaxi will be able to survive this.
Yeah, it's going to deny some of the points. They're not wanting to give any to Golden Cat, so they at least will make sure that this flank is actually cleared up. They are going to be taking the high ground now, and they're going to be fancying their chances in this game, but there is still going to be Victim on the high ground as well that they probably have to contend with first. But at the very least, there's going to be these 2 Merlin Moore players on the lower ground, so this could still be a thorn in the side of the Indonesian squad.
Yes, indeed. Then, as we are looking at the members of Golden Cat, they are playing this one really cautiously. Tinoy just scoping about, and as for Victim Esports, they have those compounds that they could easily utilize for their own defense. As for PNG, they still have 4 men strong as well on the opposing side.
Yeah, and now it does look like they realize the threat for each other, but Victim does have the compound to work with here. But it looks as though they're going to have to play without that in the next zone, as it's firmly moving over to that eastern side. And Miraculum Gaming currently has got the good position. So does Phoenix Gaming, as we still got 18 alive. Still substantial amount, but it's going to be incredibly difficult. Phoenix actually has to fight with Miraculum just to get inside on that lower ground.
Oh, seems like Cooking has got himself cooked up with a little bit of more pressure coming inside of Phoenix Gaming from the back as well, only having the buggy to work with, and somehow he stays alive by the corner of the road. For some reason, they did not see him coming.
Yeah, right now Phoenix Gaming completely preoccupied by the Filipino team of Miraculum Gaming here, but it looks like Victim is going to take down Nikki, and now Kung Kang is all by himself here for Merlin Moore, and yep, he's pretty much just going to stay nice and quiet here, but Victim is going to start moving down onto this low ground. They are going to try and get into a better position. They don't want to run into Golden Cat, but Golden Cat has got either ideas. They are actually moving closer here to Miraculum Gaming, but the blue zone is not going to be good for them. It's really coming at them pretty quickly as they are not inside, but Burning taking quite a lot of long-range fire here, and it is actually going to be Miraculum Gaming's other teammates also trying to weigh in on this on Golden Cat.
Oh my, Burning being left out all alone. That's going to be double nades coming from Tonke and Co, and Miraculum can only sit by and watch, and here comes connection of the shot of the SLR coming from Tonke once again. He's looking for Hatchy Bird, takes him down to 65%. And wow, they are only behind that rock, but they can definitely dish out some damage.
Oh, RDK Boss is getting some good flanking shots there onto Golden Cat, as 6 stacks did go down from that. Man is going to weigh in on that. Victim is making life difficult here for the Thai team, as this is not easy for them. They're trying to push into Miraculum Gaming, but it's not really working out. Miraculum got too much cover to work with here, as Golden Cat is getting caught out. They are all lying prone here. They have to really be thanking the terrain here, otherwise for sure they would have been annihilated based on the kind of positioning that we see coming out from both Victim and Miraculum.
Seems like the Cats will go to sleep for now, but as for Miraculum, there's going to be decisions to be made. If they do push out towards the left side, they will have to find members of Phoenix Gaming, who's got some really good place to hide out for now. But speaking of which, every single one of them has got to snuck in a little bit tighter here, as Victim needs to further leave those compounds that they managed to secure, while PNG's got to march up for it.
But at the very least, Victim does have control of that high ground. It's going to be important. Golden Cat is going to probably reevaluate their positioning here. They're going to probably try and go up over the top, but it depends on how much utility they have left. Maxonus has got no more smokes left, but now it does look like Miraculum Gaming and Phoenix going to be trading blows, but it's going to be Phoenix getting the one up onto them. They're going to be taking down 2 of the players, but before Hachibert also is going to be the last player to go down. Miraculum is going to get eliminated from this game. We have 4 teams remaining. Now Golden Cat taking the advantage here, trying to move up the hill while the pressure is on to Victim, but Victim is going to be reapplying it right now, and Maxonus and Tonke waiting for the right moment.
And they have waited long enough. They have waited patiently to get all of these kills under their bags, but Tinoy here will fight back. Tonke will be able to take down Hopkins, which leaves only 3 members behind, and even Hong Voldish gets one more shot towards members of Golden Cat. Their numbers are depleting, and it might just be it for the team, as Golden Cat is only down to 1 man. He spots out RDK Boss. He does not want to expose himself as of now.
Right now, the smoke is going to be the saving grace here for Tinoy, but it doesn't look like it's going to be lasting for much longer, and I'm not sure what else he can do. He's waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and he gets down RDK Boss, as Mon only sees him a little bit later on, so he's going to have to try and do this with only his 2 other teammates here, but it's going to be Phoenix Gaming still weighing in on this. They were also trying to put pressure on the Golden Cat, and now Kunkei finally getting spotted out. Teddy is going to be adding to his kill total here, and now we are down to the final 2. It is going to be the 4 of Phoenix Gaming, 12 kills on the board, looking to bring it to the Indonesian team, as they still have only got 3 members left on the top of the hill.
Phoenix Gaming, by far one of the most improved team from day 1 all the way up to day number 3. They have definitely shown that they've got all the skills to take it all the way home. And now it's going to be the challenge up the hill. It will be Victim here trying to suppress them all of them with some shots being pulled out by Mon. But can Teddy actually hold them off? They are right behind that sort of stone. But Kush right by the corner, they did not really spot him out. Maybe he might just be able to flank them right through.
Look at this aggressive push. Soha is so close to Teddy right now, but Teddy is the right person that you want in this situation. And Mon is going to take down one here, but Soha is going to be refragging right back onto him. Teddy going down as well. Soha is coming up huge, but now Hopkins is going to take him down in turn. It's now going to be a one-on-one situation between Hopkins and Hungbo, but it's going to be a bit dicey here. Currently, Hopkins does have the top high ground right now, but Hungbo is going to continue to use the rock there for a little bit of cover. I'm not sure if he's going to be trying to get any of his teammates up. Currently, they are going to be really too far away. Soha trying to get the information there for his teammate.
Now, of course, Mon is crying for help for a little bit more. Maybe if he goes towards that corner, he will be able to actually go in for that resurrection. And Hongvo Dish might just need to actually force this push before it becomes a 2 versus 1 situation. Hongvo, of course, will finish off Mon as he manages to see him crawling through. So perhaps with that being said, he might just know where exactly Hopkins is currently at.
But right now, Hungbo does have the more central position in the zone, and he's got the cover. He just needs to wait here for Hopkins to start to expose himself. But Hopkins is going to be holding the angle here. He might be able to catch out Hungbo if he's not careful. He takes a big hit there, not too much damage, so he's still going to be in a very good spot. Hungbo is going to be a little bit mindful that Hopkins is going to come up over the top. So we got rock cover here versus the high ground. So Hopkins trying to see, can he add to his kill total? But Hungbo is looking good, but now he's taking big hits there. He's going to have to heal. Hopkins is going in for the kill. He's going to try and see, can he get the flank here? Now the heal is successful already for Hungbo, but Hungbo is going to fancy his chances. 7 kills on the board. He manages to pull it out there for Phoenix Gaming. 15 kills, and they get their second chicken dinner in a row. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it. Hongvo Dish actually did it, and they came from the edge of that circle to force the fight against Victim. Victim had so much time to actually work with, and such a fantastic performance from each side. They took out each other all the way out down to that 1 versus 1. And of course, we gotta see these highlights. Of course, brought to you by PUBG Corporation.
Oh, huge clutch plays coming out from Hungfo Ditch, and he was picking up all the kills there. He got 8 in the round by himself. And now, of course, they were taking this fight here to Miraculum, and they were going to be rolling up the flank here as they were not prepared for the onslaught that was coming here. But the timing of the blue zone couldn't have been worse as they are all going to get mowed down here. Sohav's going to get res here straight away as they were going to completely envelop the Filipino squad.
Yeah, yesterday they managed to actually end the day up with a chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken. And this time around, inside Miramar, look at how much confidence they had to take up some of all these sort of fights, and those pot shots definitely connected so much. And this is by far the best round we've seen for Phoenix Gaming.
Oh, absolutely, and they're going to be really happy with the 25 points that they did manage to garner from this game here. Now, of course, there's still going to be a lot of work to be done. Victim really just trying to clean up all these other teams. Golden Cat is going to be followed by Merlin Moore as well. But yeah, I think with this kind of numerical advantage, Phoenix didn't go wrong here, but it was an absolute frag fest here as they're all trading onto each other. Soha coming up huge. He did manage to get 2 in this battle here, but it was always going to be that one-on-one, which was going to be a very dicey situation, and Hungbo actually taking quite a bit of the damage early in that fight.
Yeah, and this is where, of course, Hopkins managed to secure the kill. Mon tried to actually crawl in for a little bit of that pickup, but Hongbo Dish already spots him out in time. But this is where you look at his reactions. He kind of predicted it really, really well. He kind of reads the movement of Hopkins, knowing for a fact that he will take a little peek shot and then move towards the other side of the flanks. And Hopkins was actually hesitating whether or not should he push, and he just pushed right in towards that position where Hongbo Dish has already found himself in towards that perfect scenario to actually land that killing blow.
Yeah, I think that was the right distance for him to like duck back in. If he was going to take damage, it had to be then, because he could still get the heal off and Hopkins not really get a very good flanking position to straight away. And of course, he didn't have any nades left to work with as well. But ladies and gentlemen, that was a cracking first game here as we starting off day number 3. We only have 5 more rounds left here in the PSSC. We're excited to get into the next match, but we will be taking a short break and we will see how the scores look after the first game of play today. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the PUBG Super Cup. And we're looking forward to getting into the next match of the day. With me is Qontra. I am Play of the J, and we saw a scintillating match just now where Phoenix really took it to the competition. But let's see how the standings look now after that very first game on Miramar.
Well, of course, Phoenix Gaming have already climbed all the way up there as they are currently at the third place. And they're not really that far away from Victim Esports as well as DIC Gaming. All they need is another good game to actually put themselves all the way up. And who knows, they might just fly that red and yellow flag up in the air by the end of the day. As we'll see, Golden Cat, Daytrade Gaming as well, Buriram United. All the Thai teams are making it up towards the top half of the standings, alongside with Arkangel Predator as well as Miraculum Gaming, who managed to squeeze their way in towards that top 5 position in that previous round.
Yeah, right now Phoenix Gaming has been really performing on another level in the last 3 games, and of course that includes the last 2 rounds of yesterday. On Erangel, they got 3rd place, 13 kills, and then they got a 1st place with 12 kills. Now, to start off day 3, they did get 15 kills and also the 1st place. So they are looking on form. This 11-point game into it now. Victim, of course, did make it into that top 2 situation as well. So they're going to close the gap on to DIC Gaming. Not able to really get a lot going in the very first round, but it's still early days here. And we can see that these top 3 teams now each have 2 wins apiece, and they're looking hungry for it.
Yes, indeed, and there's also a lot of sort of contests coming from the middle of the pack as well. Cerberus Esports as well as Divine Vietnam. Although Divine Esports managed to actually get 2 chicken dinners, just like those back in the top side of the leaderboard, but they did not maintain their form as we expected. So they still need to put in a lot of work to get back up there. But Miraculum has been performing really well. It's just that you gotta go all in on this one in the next matchup of Miramar.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, if they were to get around just like what Phoenix was able to do, and they did have a 14 kill win on day 1, that could get them straight away 24 points, you know. But now Smell not able to really increase his total there. It's 24 kills, and Tonke has been doing the work here for Golden Cat. He has dropped out of these kill rankings for a bit, but he is back here with 23. And now Teddy, still going to be one of the mainstays here for the course of these 3 days. He's got 21. Anquan still going to be in contention with 21 himself.
Well, there's so many of all these kills being snatched up, and now we're getting closer and closer to see who will be able to represent Southeast Asia in PGS Berlin. But of course, before that, we'll of course get ourselves ready for our next matchup inside of Miramar once again. Later on, we'll see 2 more matchups inside of Sanhok, as well as the final 2 in towards Erangel.
Yeah, so what do you think, Aaron? Are you thinking that Phoenix is going to start catching up to DIC and overtake them?
Oh, maybe so, because they look hungrier than usual. Ever since yesterday's rounds of Erangel, they've been looking at a really good shape, and with this sort of hot form that they have, they might just be able to actually get another 2 great rounds, to say the very least. And who knows, out of those rounds, they might just be able to actually knock off DIC from the top.
Yeah, and I think, like, as we look at Phoenix Gaming throughout the course of these 3 days, now we did actually comment, of course, on day 1 and maybe earlier parts of day 2 as well, that maybe some of these team engagements that they had, you know, the distribution of the members and the execution, the timing of when they actually went to take the fights was a little bit off, and it was going to be to their detriment. But we see that this has really changed substantially in these last few games, you know, and it's really showing the kind of confidence that they have, you know, on their all-round game, and also the trust in their teammates as well, that they're able to get it done. And Victim played very well at the end of that round. They were taking quite a number of team fights, and yeah, they did have the numerical disadvantage, but I mean, they were getting the trades as well, and the initial pick, you know, so I really can't really fault them from what they did there. At the end of the day, they also closed the gap there onto DIC, and they stand with a very good chance as well.
And if they actually get the chicken dinner, they might just be able to actually leap themselves back in towards the top, as we've seen them do back in day 1 as well as day 2.
Absolutely, and yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they can continue to maintain their pace. I think Victim has always been near the top there for almost most of the rounds that we've seen there. So I think definitely they're looking at continuing to maintain that level of consistency that a lot of the challengers have seemingly dropped off. Like we talk about Divine, they've dropped from that first placing that they managed to get yesterday, and then now they're all the way down in the second half of the table. Cerberus as well is going to be lying down there. Arkangel again not doing as well as we would have hoped for them, but of course, maybe at this point in time, they're just going to try and do the best that they can. They know that they have their ticket stamp already, so they're not going to be worrying about it too much, along with Buriram United.
That's right. There's still a lot of cash prize on the line, and for some of the teams, such as well, I gotta say, Game Home, we did expect a lot coming out of this really legendary team of Vietnam, but they didn't seem to actually get it kicking from the get-go, and now, of course, in the heat of the moment, I'm not too sure whether or not do they still have enough time to actually climb back up. And Angel Alliance, they look really great back in day number 1. Day number 2 kind of dropped the ball a little bit, but they still kind of have that shot. And if there's going to be another 2 rounds or so that does favor them, who knows? They might just be the one to actually shoot back onto our top of the table once again.
Absolutely. They need to get at least 2 really solid rounds. I mean, maybe 3. I mean, there's only 5 left, so you really have to try and grind out, go big or go home, Otherwise, yeah, you're not really going to be able to get into those top spots. So a lot on the line for these teams, I think we'd see at this level of competition, there's a few of the newer faces, new teams that have come to, participate on this level as well. And they all look to make their mark as well, to really try and say like, hey, we belong here as well. So, I mean, you can already see the traditional hard hitters, Divine and Arkangel, not being as dominant as we have seen them in the past, and that's really all these other teams, really stepping up to the plate and doing the best that they can.
That's right, and of course, I'm really looking forward to see how this another round of Miramar is going to end up. We've seen a lot of all these trick shots coming out as well, and down to it's that 1v1 which we saw Hongvo Dish, of course, managed to take that win against Victim. Are we going to see another round of that? Is it because the past few rounds of Miramar, we've already seen Divine, of course, conquered a couple of those rounds, always emerging as top 3. This is one of the first few times that they actually were the first one to bow out.
Yeah, we did see a very late rotation coming out from them, and they got punished by it. But now we are going to be having our very final round of Miramar here for the PSSC. So we're already seeing quite a lateral distribution here from the flight path. See how it's going to be shaping up for the rest of these teams so far. We don't see much in the way of encroachment, and it looks like we are going to be finally moving down to the southern side of the map.
Oh, this is going to get pretty interesting. The last time we saw a southern-centric circle, it went into its Chumacera in that sort of finale. But now there is a possibility that it may go somewhere in between Los Leones as well. So Hachiper's going to be having quite a number of options by the corners of La Cabrera, while Purple is always going to be by the edge of Alcantara.
Yeah, and based on the flight path, there is a lot of options for these teams to maybe try and go loot inside the circle a little bit, just because they know that no one's going to really like go for a long jump based on this kind of flight path. They want to try and get down in a reasonable amount of time, so they could actually go circle all the way down to the southern side, get some stress-free looting done, and at the same time, not have to worry about rotating later on when there are numerous teams in there.
Yeah, and I do think that Arkangel Predator has one of the best places to actually loot out and still find their space saying in towards that very first place. As the rest of the other teams, such as the Vietnamese, so we have DIC as well as PNG, which needs to find a way to cut through, and there's already gatekeepers like Victim as well as already by the top side of that power grid.
Yeah, Day Trade is actually on the move here. They are moving into Chumacera right now. They are looking to see if they can secure some of these spots, and Arkangel, again, going to be very close. There is going to be that church on top of the hill, the one that we always talk about being a very good vantage point, and that could really choke off a lot of the rotation paths in this particular region. But you see Arkangel still looting up for the base essentials here as they want to try and get into position as fast as possible. You see Day Trade might be going for the same spot.
Yeah, and we're looking at CJ not really getting any sort of vehicles at all, and he does not have a single smoke. If he gets caught out, then that's going to be pretty much troublesome for him. As we're zooming in towards the vicinities of Angel Alliance, as they have their members all segregated on all corners of the map. Well, can't really say all corners. It's just somewhere just across. Well, over on the side of Angel Alliance, of course, so these are some of the stats on the side of their names, and they have been doing pretty decently, but they really need to amp up on those kill volumes.
Yeah, I think we have seen, of course, Angel Alliance do well in the round that they did manage to win, the final round of day one. That was a 7-kill game. A bit after that, they haven't really managed to be able to top that in either any of the other rounds. So now let's have to see if they can really cement their mark here. Again, they need to have at least 3 big rounds, pretty much wins, to try and get towards the top of the table. But there is going to be the first phase of the zone starting to encroach now, so everyone is going to have to think about their rotations here. We know that a lot of teams are not in ideal positions, so they have to plan their routes carefully here.
Yes, indeed, and of course it's going to be pretty rocky for them. In the first game, we see a lot of bike flips and car flips, or no backflips so far. We're not able to do that in the game if you were using your character, but Miraculum Gaming has got quite the distance to cover from the edge of La Cabrera, as OG Philip might just actually swap this out for that pickup truck, and they are pretty much ready to be on the boat, but RCM will be knocked out by Kush as he goes on top of that roof, and Hung Vo Dish and the rest of them will secure the kill.
I don't know if you noticed, but there were 3 different people from Phoenix all shooting at him. One got, yeah, we were watching Hanvo Ditch. He didn't get the knock or confirm the kill, but it was 2 other team members. So that was a nice bit of timing there coming out from Phoenix. And yeah, as a result, the Angel Alliance player not able to react at all.
Yeah, and this is a great teamwork coming in from the members of Phoenix Gaming. Of course, still riding on that high momentum that they had from the previous win that they just managed to secure. And this is where communication really is a huge factor for success, where, of course, you got to time your shots well alongside with the rest of your teammates, and instantaneously you secure that crucial 1 point, and eventually more to come.
Yeah, and potentially if they do want to try and stay in that region, that's definitely going to help them in any future team fight. They already have the man advantage, and it's going to make Angel Alliance think twice if they do get into a position where, you know, that could be one of the options for a team fight, you know, trying to rush into a compound, for example. But now we're seeing Miraculum Gaming going in for a little bit of rotation. I'm not sure if Burning has already managed to find a little bit of spot so far. Currently, no, it does look like Hetchy Bird is going to be the vanguard right now, as we're already seeing that a lot of teams are already taking up these very central positions. Game Home actually moving very close to Merlin Moore, and this could be a repeat of last round's fracas.
Oh yes, indeed, and Game Home is on the lower end as well, so maybe they might just actually be on that short end of the stick, while Buriram is right down below, might just actually face off against some of the members of Game Home that we did saw early on, but not too sure whether or not Arkangel Predator could actually get all too much from this position. We talked about the church, of course. You got some beautiful coverage of Chumachera, and I would say the outskirts of Picado as well, but it doesn't seem that they're getting all too much right now, as some of all these teams are taking a really slow rotation, and they don't really want to book the center of a circle just yet.
Yeah, because there could still be a lot of potential for change, so a lot of teams don't want to risk rotations next to places where they might be occupied already. You know, you don't want to really risk it in the early stages. You can still make a rotation later on, and of course they're going to look at and see the degree of movement here, but Divine is actually rotating very close to Buriram United at the moment, and it does look like Divine is off their vehicles. They could open fire if they do want to. Eddie currently is none the wiser. He's going to continue onwards.
Wow, he's actually driving in towards the lines then, and here comes Konaxi though. He will not have any clue at all that Levi's is just by that compound, while MG, of course, have that smooth cruise, eventually getting chased by Purple Moon from the back though, but so far nothing much has been up in store for members of Miraculum, but they might have just spotted out some of all these players that tried to drive by from Purple Moon.
Yeah, it does look as though that the players here from Miraculum Gaming are going to be hanging out here on that western side. They're definitely one of the teams that's waiting for the next phase to reveal itself before moving here, but it looks like BRU is going from bad to worse here as 2 of their members getting taken down here as Divine Esports has sprung the trap. They take down those 2 players there, and now Buriram is not looking too hot here in round number 2 for today, as actually all the Divine players are still a little bit scattered, but it's again these long range shots that are completely zeroed in and gonna pretty much insta-give a lot of these BRU players.
Yeah, it's only down to Nordra as well as Eddie to actually play this one out. And look at how accurate they actually get all their shots in from even quite a distance. They're all separated, like you mentioned, but they still get that high accuracy to actually end some of the lives of Buriram United. Now, Circle shifts all the way back in towards the quarters of Picado as well as Los Leones, while QC 4 Horsemen seems to have a really good place of control, where of course they could actually take a pick into its Picado, and Cerberus alongside with some of these members of Merlin Moore might just actually commit to a fight.
Yeah, and it's really congested there on the western side. This is a significant shift. It's going to actually make a lot of these teams question, are we going to go straight in there? It's going to actually be very close to everyone else. So Victim actually is just going to try and get down from that power grid side of things into Picado, and then they're going to think of what's next from there. But they still got a fair bit to go if they want to try and get central. They are already inside the zone, but again, there's going to be the likes of Cerberus ahead of them. But oh, looks like Turtle takes down Fergus, and that's going to be Creatory, going to be 1 down. Looks like Divine is starting this game pretty strong with the 3 kills.
Yeah, they really amped up on those kill volumes, and this is definitely going to be one of the best hit start that they can ever get so far. And this is reminiscent of their previous rounds back in day number 2. Day number 1, they did pretty fine as well, if I'm not mistaken.
For the first game, I
think. That's the very first game, and the rest of them were kind of meh. It went a downward spiral for them.
Yeah, I think, yeah, they definitely have consistency things at the forefront of their mind right now, but they have to try and take it game by game. You can't really look back at your performance and, cringe, I think you just have to try and look forward. And now we're seeing Cerberus here actually having Merlin Moore starting to move in very close to them. They are going to be having a bit of map control, but that is also going to affect their ability to deal with any potential assaults that might come their way. At the very least, it is still early game, all things considered, and probably not going to be having a lack of real estate that's going to force other teams to want to do such a thing. And Miraculum actually going for a much safer rotation here. They're actually going along the coastal road to try and get into the southern regions of the zone.
Wow, well, that's an interesting approach, and I think they really got to consider it twice, because there is Divine Esports actually not too far away as well, where we saw Buriram getting caught out. Now Angel Alliance actually got himself in a little bit of that sticky situation with Phoenix Gaming now pushing towards the top side of the hill, 69 all by himself, while Phoenix members are now on that hunt.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they actually did spot out 69, but I think we've seen 69 in previous games being a very astute survivor, as he's going to be able to play on his own pretty well. But that depends whether or not that Phoenix knows that he's there, and then they want to actually try and clear him out. They are also not all very concerted here, but at the very least, Hungbo, Dish, and company, Kush rather, is still going to be together.
Yeah, that's right. And now back towards the side of Buriram. It seems to me that closest clarity will be able to actually book some corners of this hill, but it's definitely a really tough drive up the hill, while there's going to be members of Merlin Moore getting knocked out there by Yimkut as well as Westneys. Zigo1 also trying to actually go in for another pickoff, but they're all behind walls.
And it looks like that's a first bit of revenge there for Game Home for what happened in match 13. So it looks as though we are going to be going even closer here to Los Leones, but there's still going to be a lot of open space here for a lot of these other teams to try and take advantage of it. As we can see, Arkangel might decide to make another move here. Things are just really crowded on their western side. Phoenix is actually going to be doing pretty well for themselves here, not having to really worry about too much other pressure.
Well, really interesting rotations coming from the team, and everyone's just getting a little bit more off the over west side. But look at that spray down over the side of Tony. Hatchbreak goes for a reload. Might just be able to actually get Tony right down below the hill. He's going to lob this really huge nade, and who knows, DIC Gaming might just lose Tony right there.
Yeah, it looks like DIC not having a very good round here, but now Burning is going to try and cut off Tony. Tony is in a really difficult spot here, and it's only a matter of time before Miraculum Gaming is going to be able to get him down, and it looks like Burning will be able to get the headshot. Tony is a goner, and DIC going to be reduced down to 2 players, but it looks like 74L1 is going to get one back here, but he is inside the blue zone here. This is a little bit awkward, but he is probably going to be finishing off Hechibert right here, and looks like that he's going to bleed out.
Oh yeah, and they really got to leave one man behind, and OG Phillips will hop right in towards the pickup truck. DIC Gaming, they fought back real hard, although Burning, of course, managed to knock one down and secure that kill. Now, this is going to be high time for them to actually secure more position in towards the vicinities of Los Leones, and now here comes Kilado. He sees one knocked out, and he will take advantage of that sort of kill, as CES were the ones much closer to actually take that one against from the side of Merlin Moore.
Yeah, it looks like Cerberus here gonna be taking advantage of those kills, and yeah, Nicky fell off the bike. Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate for him, you know, but Cerberus is not going to be complaining about that one. And now looks as though that Arkangel, they did manage to get a knock a little bit earlier on, but again, that was stolen by Day Trade, so they're going to be a little bit upset about that. Currently, they are really putting pressure there onto Day Trade, not wanting them to steal any more of their kills, but Arkangel not able to get any so far here today. Now, they did have very strong start to yesterday, but they are in need of some good results here to really climb up the table.
Oh my, it looks like there's gonna be a couple of shots coming in. Oh my, that nade will finally take down members of Purple Moon, as Hopkins will deliver the pain. And my, there is so much of all this hustle inside of Picado.
The nade by Mon. Okay, I really want to see the replay ASAP, you know, but that must have been awesome there. And then it just made it easy for Hopkins to finish off the rest of the Thai team. And yeah, Purple Moon not having a great day 3, and it does look like Merlin Moore is going to get eliminated here. And it's actually going to be Victim that weighs in on this one. It's not actually going to be Game Home getting that revenge.
Wow, long range shots coming from the side of Phelps. That's going to be pretty much a bolt attempt coming from the side of Arkangel Predator. As we speak of Arkangel Predator, they are currently in the best place possible by the corners of the hills, as everyone else are currently over the south side, especially the Vietnamese teams that will have to battle their way out.
Oh, it looks like an absolute meat grinder for these, I think 5 teams, yeah, that they have to really like try and circumvent all this whole southern side, you know, but it's not looking easy. You got Golden Cat as the gatekeepers. It's not going to be very easy, but DIC is out of the game. They went out in 14th position. They virtually got 1 kill, which is onto Hechibert, I do believe, and that is about it. So this is blowing the entire race wide open, and Victim still in this game. We still have Phoenix in this game. They are going to be trying to leapfrog now, and they're already within touching distance, and now they can actually taste it.
Oh, look at it. Golden Cat members now trying to actually burn down the vehicles. Amanji driving straight past the members of Arkangel Predator as well. They're all scattered up, and Burning is getting his sort of vehicle all smoked up, and that will be Momanji losing the car, and they will actually pummel him down. There's no way for him to escape. Same goes to Burning as well. 2 men down for the side of Miraculum Gaming, and OG Phillips as well. Oh no, it's such a disaster for Miraculum Gaming.
Oh, they were running the gauntlet, but oh my god, there were 3 teams all shooting at them. There's no chance there, but now it looks like Arkangel taking full advantage of their great positioning here. Kalp's able to get down 2 knocks right there, and they're looking for more. As now they do spot on AJ. Nice shot coming out from Mad Dog, and but it's going to be Kalp's getting the knock down there, as he's going to be taking a little bit of damage himself. Cerberus is going to be coming up this hill, but it's going to be Day Trade trying to help him out. Joe Man is very close by, but yeah, they have to be careful. This is not going to be very good based on the topography.
Yeah, definitely gonna be one of the harshest terrains to play out right now. And well, judging for the fact that Arkangel Predator is kind of smack right in between Cerberus as well as Day Trade, they gotta focus on either side, whichever one that causes a little bit more danger towards members of Arkangel, but they are still going on an attempt to try to take down members of Golden Cat, and here comes one more challenger towards the side of Golden Cat.
Yeah, so Golden Cat, the other gatekeepers here, under a lot of pressure as Game Home is starting to move in, and Arkangel is not making it easy for them, as now Game Home also still got Creatory to worry about, but so far they got in 2 knocks in that fight already, as Arkangel can continue to weigh and influence things here. But on the northern side, we do have the Victim boys starting to move in, but they do have the 4 horsemen moving in from their eastern side, so I don't think they have actually spotted them. Hopkins not even looking in the right direction.
That's right, and even Victim has been staying relatively silent. They are waiting for all the chaos to subside, while Calps, of course, try to actually pin him down by the wall, and Turtle will be able to find 69. Angel Alliance will lose 1.
And Day Trade has managed to reset themselves somewhat here. They have got all 4 players back up. Now, they did face a little bit of pressure from the top of the hill here in the form of Arkangel, but they have to decide, are they going to decide to really push up here? Currently, they have enough cover, but they could easily get flanked from the eastern side. Now, there is still Golden Cat. Not really sure that they have the line of sight to try and work with here, but Golden Cat has got their hands full. They have got Game Home and also Creatory on their doorstep.
Well, we're looking at Arkangel Predator having the direct access in towards the hill spine, but over on the side of Day Trade, they're getting bullets coming in straight coming from the side of Calps as well. Still, Calps finally gets 1, and Mad Dog secures the kill for his teammate.
Arkangel really making this so difficult for Day Trade. They're gonna really hate this position they're in right now, but it looks like Golden Cat and 4 horsemen are erupting, as now Victim here is taking quite a bit of damage from those 4 horsemen, while at the same time Golden Cat is repelling the attackers in the form of Game Home, finally attacking the compound and failing. It looks like Game Home is going out in 12th position.
In one fell sweep, they managed to actually take down so many members, and it looks like Hovo Dish has been down and out, as Hammerich will secure that kill. Kush will find Buriram United as well, and now down to 11 teams. We're looking at Victim here, who is so decisive on their move. They are so cautious here, and maybe, just maybe, they might just crawl back in towards that top 5, as we see Divine Esports now taking that lower section as they need to approach towards the members of Angel Alliance.
Yeah, right now they can be a little bit of a gatekeeper here, and right now we're seeing that rotation trying to circumvent, having to run right directly at Divine. Now they do have this entire hill to work with. None is actually going to be trying to get a little bit of scouting, find a spot here, and then he's going to try and get Heimerich. But actually Heimerich is going actually closer here to Divine. I'm not sure if this is part of the plan or they're just going to be hedging bets. No, actually he's going for a little bit of more mobility right now. Divine is trying to use the terrain here to try and lock down this zone. Hammerich wants nothing of it.
Well, now it's going to be pretty much of a tough place for them to actually go through, as we see Divine Esports has already gotten themselves a perfect defensive niche where they could just protect themselves for the longest time, while Creatory still have 3 men with them. IQ Finder have already secured 2 kills, but they've already spotted out where GC members are at. Well, we'll find one Buriram United player right inside that shack.
And it's Eddie again, who's going to be the last person left alive here. But now it looks like Arkangel has got Golden Cat right here. I'm not sure if they are really knew about Arkangel's positioning here as they move in 2 players, but they still have 2 all the way in the back here. But this is Arkangel trying to fend off also pressure. There's going to be Cerberus who is also fighting out with Day Trade as they're attacking the factory complex. And it looks like Day Trade's Joe Man is going to get the first knock.
Oh, Day Trade will be able to actually open things up. And oh, CJ, he's going in for the taps, and he will be able to find more of this place. Here comes Tonki as well. Tonki with the surprise attack will knock out CJ. And here comes the spray coming from Mad Dog. He takes 1, he takes 2, and members of Golden Cat, they get depleted. It's only down to 6 at the bat.
Mad Dog coming out with a clutch plays there. Tonki accidentally getting shot there, but he was going to deal more damage. Arkangel is allowed to reset, and this is already Golden Cat, 50% HP or 50% health there. And now it does look like Teddy is trying to get in, but he gets spotted out. Haisaki is going to get the headshot, and that is it. Victim is out relatively early as well. This game is being blown wide open. Golden Cat not able to hang out with it. Eddie is going to eliminate his fellow Thai team.
Well, Arkangel Predator has been sustaining themselves so long up on top of this hill where they could just pick a fight with anyone they please. They are the bullies of Miramar, and now over on the side of Angel Alliance, they're trying to find a way out. They either have to cut towards the side of players such as Haisaki, but here comes Mad Dog once again. They're trying to actually pummel down members of Cerberus. Oh, there we go. Headshot coming from Joman as well. Seems like they're helping them out with the tag team.
Yeah, right now it is Arkangel just trying to make life as difficult as possible. They spot the 4 horsemen coming in as well, and Svit is going to be inside the zone, but he's actually opening up onto Nan, and that is actually going to be stolen there by Divine, or rather, well, they're going to weigh in on that and say it's perfectly valid there, but now shots coming out from Killa on top here, and it's going to be Mad Dog taking down Joe Man. There's only Flash left here for Day Trade. They are all rushing in. They want to finish this off. They want that extra point here, and oh, Flash not quite dying just yet, but Calb's finally going to get it.
What a way to actually take out the members of Day Trade so convincingly. And now Basil is just by the edge. Mad Dog is trying to sniff him out, while there will be the 4 horsemen there having some sort of trade-off with Kreatori taking out the final member of Buriram United. But Basil being spotted out right now as we see Jayers as well trying to actually climb up this hill. Killa going for a task. Job Temp only down to 20%. And oh my goodness me, Levi's will take that kill.
Oh, Mad Dog not able to hold the flank. Basil is going to take him down, and now they have to really just try and finish this off. They want to try and focus on 4 horsemen, but they cannot right at this moment here, and Mad Dog is going to be eating dirt right now. It looks as though that Killa is trying to, again, watch the angle here, but it looks like Basil is actually just going to allow the blue zone to expire him, but it looks like Jayers is going to get taken down, and it's actually by Turtle. Divine is actually going to be helping out Arkangel in this unlikely scenario.
This is one of the most aggressive games that I've ever seen coming from the side of Arkangel Predator. They are so convincing on their attack, and CJ will be able to get one more kill for Arkangel Predator. Now, right across, it will be Divine, so this will be the nemesis that they will have to face with. But Swift might just actually be able to actually take some sort of shots over onto a CJ18, and Cobbs gets knocked out by Phoenix!
Wow, Soha is influencing things here. He's taking on Killa as well, and now it's looking really bad here for Arkangel, where what has happened, and CJ is going to have 1 HP here. Spit is in a great position to finish off the remaining player here for Arkangel, and the nade is gone too far. CJ is going to get the heal up. Now Spit is taking a bit of damage himself as CJ is trying to return a little bit of retribution.
And here comes the members of Divine Esports, now finally on the proactive attempt to try to remove the leftovers in this map. And here comes the spray, and this will be it. 4 horsemen will be dead out in the open, as CJ is the only hope left for Arkangel Predator.
Oh, and it's actually going to be Divine here again, and they're actually trying to finish off CJ as well. This looks like Divine as we saw them yesterday, and now it does look like Kreatori is going to get wiped out here by Phoenix. And of course, the overachievers over the last 3 rounds are looking to try and exact an even greater result here if they can, but it's going to be these 3 teams remaining here to finish things off on Miramar.
Now we're looking at CJ, of course, having not many plays to actually run around with, as Divine has got him on a lockdown, especially for Turtle on the Overwatch, with Nikki finally arriving to help out Levi's to try to push things off against Phoenix Gaming.
Yeah, so Kush trying to get a little bit more vision now. Phoenix only has 3 players here, so technically they're going to be at a disadvantage in a team fight here with Divine, but if they play their cards right, they could actually utilize CJ's help. But of course, CJ is not here to collaborate with anyone. He's going to be trying to get whichever points that he can for Arkangel. Now, he doesn't want to try and, take the initiative, of course, as a solo squad member remaining. But he's going to see how this final circle is going to be looking. Divine currently just trying to find out all these positions. They don't exactly have the best of ways to try and cover the distance, as at the end of the day, Phoenix is going to be a little bit more congregated together. They're going to be able to hold the flank.
You can see how disciplined all of these players are currently in this Phase 7 circle, as they know they gotta wait for that deciding moment, as that circle will still be in within reach for members of Divine, which has already been inside. As for Phoenix Gaming, all they have to do is perhaps wait for that sort of push coming out from the side of DV. Well, CJ's got to go in for a little bit of that stretch, so hopefully he makes it out alive.
This is actually going to be very controllable by Divine, because they're going to know that they have got control of their side. They don't have to worry about any random players, but there is going to be that problem with CJ for Phoenix all the way on the other angle here, as they're not covering this whole section. They are going to be potentially blindsided here if they are not careful. But with Divine's positioning here, they can wait right until the last moments. But it's going to be Phoenix that does have the very central position. But I think CJ is definitely going to be an X factor here that might swing this game in Divine's favor.
Oh yeah, yes indeed. If you look into it closely, it seems to me that Divine has already covered at least 50% of the northern side as well as the eastern part of the map, while CJ18 is just taking his sweet time. He knows that he just really have to play this out really slowly. Smokes have been opened up, so this will definitely draw a little bit more attention towards his side, but he will remain safe by the edge.
And the move up there by Namsi is going to help Divine secure someone very close to the center circle. Now, he might not reveal his position straight away. In the case of there's any fight, they're parking him there for the late game. So this is effectively going to be 3 players of Divine to fight against the Phoenix players. But yeah, Namsi can be the ace in the hole, but he needs to try and utilize his surprise factor carefully. Otherwise, used at the wrong moment, he's going to be caught out with no way of getting a res off.
Oh yeah, and now it's going to be a phase 9 already, so this will definitely force CJ to actually do what he can to perhaps secure a couple more points either against Phoenix or even Divine Esports. As we see, all these sort of a Vietnamese side are actually taking very calculated risks. Now, lots of bullets actually fly towards the side of CJ, so he's on that sprint, he's soaking some damage, and it will be him just hiding behind the truck. But here comes Namsi, though. Namsi on the march. He might just actually be able to actually do something, and as we speak, that will be Levi's landing the killing blow.
Oh, he manages to find CJ there, and CJ unfortunately getting forced out there, and now it looks like Divine here popping a lot of smokes. They are moving in here to get into a bit of a better position, but this is also going to give away the intention of Divine, as now they are looking to obstruct as much vision as possible here from Phoenix. They don't have the numbers to work with here. They know they are at a disadvantage. Dr. Logi pretty much has to cover this whole flank by himself. Currently, Nikki is going to move up over the top. He has to be a little bit careful, but Logi here is at his mercy here, but now he's managed to get into a little bit of cover. The nade is going to be flying out in just a second here. Logi takes only 19 damage here. Now he's going to see if he can get into a better maneuver here onto Nikki.
Well, Dr. Logi is dancing around, and he will be naded up by Nikki. Perfect timing being charged up there, and it's only down to Soha as well as Kush to take down the rest of the Fun Esports. Levi's now trying to actually stalk their prey, and oh my goodness me, it's gonna be Divine Esports now on the lookout, and we'll be able to secure yet another chicken dinner inside of Miramar.
So that's Divine bouncing back. We've been putting it up to them to really move up the standings here, and they're gonna finally deliver, and they managed to get all their wins on Miramar. They are the Miramar Kings, and it's gonna help them move really far up the standings. But Phoenix Gaming gonna be pretty happy with that result as well, as they did manage to finish in second and maybe get about 6 kills in that game. So they're going to be really fancying their chances of really closing that distance there with DIC. Again, they went out early. Victim also went out relatively early. So this is really blowing things wide open, and Divine is giving them every chance to be able to catch them by the end of today.
Oh yeah, they're definitely giving them the run for the money right now, and we would like to actually see some of all these great highlights. I remember there was something in Picado that we're looking for it with, especially that huge nade that connected.
Mon's nade.
Oh yeah, that detonated the entirety of Purple Moon.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, you want to look at a textbook way of how to win a team fight, you know, it's like throw a grenade low, you know, that's about it, you know. But in any case, while we're waiting for the highlights, I mean, like now with looking at the kind of points distribution that we've seen here now, of course Arkangel, they got into later stages, but they didn't quite get maybe as many kills as they would have liked there. But yeah, I think looking at Divine, they're able to really exact that slow, methodical constricting play, you know, to really close things out. I think like when it comes to one-on-one teams, yeah, Divine is definitely going to come out on top in those battles. Now, we did see them in those kind of battles before, especially in day 2, but yeah, that was a 3-way battle, so it was always going to be a bit more dicey.
Oh yeah, and speaking of which, well, let's have a look into it, how Golden Cat actually goes on a royal flush to actually take out so many of all these members of Game Home. But what was really surprising to me is how Arkangel actually wiped out clean so many of all these teams from behind, as we see, of course, Game Home bowing out eventually. But it was Arkangel Predator right here. They raked up so many kills, taking down members of Golden Cat with those sort of DMR snipes. But Tonke gave them a heart attack out of nowhere, and Mad Dog definitely responded in favor and instantaneously takes out some of these members, such as Tonke.
Yeah, good support coming out there from the rest of the Arkangel players here. And yeah, Daytrade also tried to do the work here against Cerberus, but this fight was only going to draw that unwanted attention there coming out from all of the Arkangel players. But of course, it wasn't going to be the be-all and end-all, but they did manage to take down Joe-Man. And yeah, trying to go for the final players here was going to be to their benefit, but not when they're trying to clear out the last Cerberus player, where we did see Mad Dog actually get taken out.
That's right, and of course, during this top 6 moment, this is going to be Cerberus here, who eventually spots out Arkangel Predator, and of course, with Basil himself being left alive, he did take out at least one of these guys coming from Arkangel, depleting his numbers, and Dr. Logi spots out a lurker inside of that shack and will be able to actually finish off Predatori.
But there was a TK nade as well there, but luckily it was his teammate to res him straight away. Logi getting naded there. Excellent play coming out from Nikki, and that was really going to swing things into the favor there of Divine Esports, and that was going to be a crucial nade, and then able to get subsequent picks there as well, making it relatively easy. Kush able to get the trade or get the knockback down onto the other player, but that was about it. There's a 1-on-3 situation. Can't really get out of that one.
That's right, and of course, Divine Esports convincingly takes the title as Kings of Miramar, like you said. So when we come back, we're gonna go in towards our next matchup here, as we will head in towards our 4 final rounds. And of course, next round will be in South Sanhok. And don't go anywhere. We will be right back after the short break. And welcome back to the PUBG Southeast Asia SEA Super Cup. And of course, my name's Qontra. Alongside with me is Play of the J, and we are heading in towards our Sanhok matchups. Of course, this is a very final day, and it will all come towards the end, and we'll see who will be able to take their tickets straight in towards PGS Berlin, which will happen really soon.
Absolutely, and things are really spicy at the top of the table. Look at that! DIC and Phoenix Gaming tied with 105 points apiece. Things, oh, you couldn't have planned this one better. Victim, 3 points away as well. They are within touching distance as well of the top two teams from Vietnam. And Golden Cat is still going to be in there with 95 points. Only 10-point difference. And Divine pulling themselves out with that chicken dinner and the 12 kills. They're going to be with 93 points. This is exactly what they need to try and get in. And now we have 4 more rounds to see how this is going to be ending.
And we've already seen everyone toiling for the top of the leaderboards. And this is currently your kill ranking for some of all these best performing players so far. DIC Gaming as well, they've been having Smell doing so much of the work as he managed to rake out 24 kills. Tom K with 23. 22 will be Teddy, and of course it's going to be a ladder one step downwards, and it will be DIC on Quan here, being 2 out of 4 members here that managed to get so much points for their own team.
Absolutely, and now we are moving on to the very dicey segment, I would dare say, as Sanhok is sometimes where the teams go to die, so to speak, as really jostles their kind of preparation that they're used to, or the kind of flow of a game that they want to have. We've been saying it. This is very difficult to rotate effectively because you have to be doing it on foot, and just the kind of cover that's available on Sanhok, as everyone knows, is actually exceedingly dense, so it's very hazardous for your health to really try and navigate around the map. And I think on basically half of the Sanhok rounds we've seen some weird circles. So
oh yeah,
I mean, it's great for you and me, you know, but I think for everyone else in the game, they're going to have like a semi-heart attack in the first few minutes.
Yeah, especially for Miraculum, we've seen them taking the broad approach. They don't really have much of a choice to begin with, but maybe they're better off on foot this time around.
It will depend, I guess, whether or not, they are dropping on the smallest island yet again, and I think that is why they take the boat in day 2. Day 1, they didn't really have to worry too much about it, But yeah, in day 2 for the second round where they have to actually go off the small island, yeah, that's one of the main rotation manners, and I mean, it makes sense, because you don't want to take a normal land-based vehicle because it's going to attract too much attention and there are too many choke points that it can easily get caught out, and more often than not, yeah, they have to actually transition off that small island.
And of course, it's going to be pretty hard for them to traverse, but not any longer, as they would easily just cut across to the south side. But once again, look at how many percentage of water is being covered up. But this time, over on the southwest section here, this is definitely great news for Angel Alliance as well as Phoenix Gaming, who is currently looking pretty at second place, tying, of course, the points alongside with DIC Gaming.
I think, yeah, DIC and Purple Mood really not going to be happy with this zone, so they're going to probably have to move really quickly here if they want to try and get in. Now, we did see some interesting maneuvers by some of the teams. They would actually play in the blue. I think Arkangel did that for one of the rounds, but we'll see if that is going to be a factor there for DIC and Purple Mood. So the pacing is really fast on this map, as you would imagine, but even more so to factor in safe rotations and having all these teams in front of you. So these kind of circles are absolutely punishing. It's not as punishing as you might get that we've had 2 times on the smallest island, but this is pretty much up there as well in the difficulty meter.
Yeah, and seems to me that many of all these players also find themselves severely underlooted in terms of utility, as we are looking at Miraculum game. Of course, having scattered loots all across the camp, still going to take them a little while before they get all stocked up to prepare for the very first fight, which I do think that MG needs all that they can get to actually cut across towards the south end, where they will potentially meet alongside with Angel Alliance.
But I think Angel Alliance and Miraculum, they have been dropping in the same spot for Sanhok for every single round that we've seen here. So they're going to be very well aware of their presence here. Game Home is actually going to be wedged in between those 2 teams. But I guess, of course, it's just like any other map. Teams are going to be aware of what are the kind of rotations that they feel comfortable with, and then what are the additional factors for a given tournament, which are the teams playing, and are they likely to drop in their way.
Yeah, and I do certainly agree with you. It's been 3 grueling days of PUBG for all the guys who have been playing so many hours, and now it has come to this. And of course, we talked so much about competitive Sanhok, and it has definitely shown us a really fast pace of game as compared to, of course, the bigger maps that we saw. And it really goes to show that the team with really great firepower as well as a swift rotation will be able to actually secure a lot more than those who, of course, take a lot more time to do so.
Oh, Cerberus here in trouble. Nikki is going to get 2 knocks straight away here as Merlin Moore is covering the bridge here. Bad guy and Basil trying to do something about it here, but currently Nikki has been a real troll here under the bridge, but looks like off screen Phoenix is taking down all of Divine. They are in trouble right now. This could actually be a huge dent in their aspirations for the top spot. They're all taken down, and it's actually Phoenix here. Now back to the fight here. Nikki is still trying to hold the fort here. He does have now Merlin Moore getting in on the action here, trying to cover things, but look at that. 4 kills on the board already for Phoenix Gaming.
My goodness me, they will definitely leapfrog now on the first place with that 4 extra solid points that they managed to achieve. And as for Cerberus, of course, getting themselves in towards the dilemma, and Subang is just on the watch out from the back. There's going to be, of course, Nikki69 trying to actually push them backwards, as Casey how much is going to halt their movements as for now.
And you can see how punishing these rotations can be, and this is not even on the right island. This is still just to get from the main island to the smallest, and then they still have to transition even further south. But they are facing a lot of pressure here. But Merlin Moore, they are going for kills. They are trying to continue their ascent up the table here, and Basil is currently stuck. Bad guy has already managed to get a little bit further away, but that is not going to help them get inside the zone.
Well, I'm not too sure about Purple Mood, though. They're going in towards the corners of Kampong and might just see themselves a little bit of a shocking surprise, as we see RIP is still loitering around, stashing in for some of all these sort of health packs, of course, as we see Victim Esports has already got themselves smacked in towards the center, and who knows, they might be able to actually punish whoever crosses those bridge.
Oh, looks as though that Miraculum here is getting ready for some boat rotation. But they need to get a boat first. Oh, okay, maybe they're just going to be taking that instead. But looking at, or speaking of boat rotations, we're going to have 2 members here from DIC. They need to try and get up here. I'm not sure if they saw the kill feed there, so they're going to feel a little bit more pressure, but they're going for something with a little bit more durability right now. And they're going to be a little bit further north of Hatin. They actually might be driving, going past Miraculum Gaming, and they might be able to get some sort of, you know, karma back towards them after they went out in 2 different rounds of boat rotation.
Just paying a little bit of that favor back to them as well. DIC, they need to actually maintain their points, but, you know, Miraculum has got enough of that, and here comes the drive-by as we expected, and there will be enough of those bullets flying straight at the DIC. 1 boat down, and another one might just bite this dust, and oh my, Anquan tries to survive this. 1 shot connects, and my goodness, they will detonate them. DIC is out.
Wow, that is one way to feel a little bit better about these kind of rotations. You just gotta deal one back to another team, you know, that it's the circle of life, basically. So they are going to be rewarded here by pacing themselves. But, oh, looks like off-screen here, Cerberus here is going to be taken out there by Day Trade Gaming. But, yeah, I think looking at Miraculum, they were probably waiting for just a little bit more time to go for their rotation themselves. But, yeah, it's a bonus that another team is going to be making that rotation as well. They're going to duly oblige, and that does mean that DIC is not going to be able to get higher than 105 points, as now we firmly have a new leader of the pack.
Oh, I would dare say so as well, but remember, Victim can still contest for that top spot as well. So, if I'm not mistaken, we've already seen Phoenix, of course, snatch a total of 4 points, but if Victim here can take out Game Home, then they could definitely chase right in.
Absolutely. Whatever it is, we won't be seeing DIC at the top of the table here. And now it looks like Game Home trying to repel the attackers here, as they're going to be spotting out all these Victim players, trying to descend onto them. But it does look like Teddy here, going to be entry fragging here, and he's going to try and add to his kill total. Currently, he is causing a lot of stress here towards the Game Home players, as he is just trying to get in their faces and get a vital pick.
Oh, here goes one Nate, just lobbing right in towards the compound as he goes in for a spray over on Nalty. Nalty will sprint out, and he's asking for a little bit of backup coming from Zico1. Zico1 actually soaks in a little bit of damage. Oh no! Teddy is down on the ground, and RDK Box will be the next one to fall as well. Hopkins needs to do something before even Victim goes down and out. There goes one Nate, and it just drops right inside. Ma will be able to spray over on the side of Westney, and one more takedown on the side of Imkut. Zico is running for his life, and Game Home tries to survive. Miraculum will once again take the boat, and there will be bullets flying straight in towards their side as well.
Wow, look at all the trades going out here, and it's going to be Victim that's going to be having the better of the exchanges here. Zico is actually going to get Westney's up here, but they are pretty much consigned to losing Yumcud and Nealt, and looks as though Victim will be back up to full health. They are managing to get their players up just in time. And Game Home, this is not really how they wanted to try and defend this battle here, but Miraculum is under more fire right now.
Oh my, there goes Zico1, gets one clip towards his head, and he wants to actually get himself backed away. Westney with a lob of the nade might just connect a little damage over on side RDK. But now 2 versus 3 is definitely going to be pretty hard to actually deal with. Well, make that 4, of course, with that sort of pickup that they managed to get. But Arkangel Predator have found themselves some visitors. And of course, this time around, Miraculum Gaming has docked by safely.
Yeah, but for how much longer here? Right now they are being surrounded there by Arkangel, but now it looks like Merlin Moore is going to come into this fight as well, and this is not what Game Home needed. Zico is going to get taken out straight away. Westneys is the last player left. How did he and his squad get into this position where they were going to be absolutely sandwiched on both sides? Victim is going to be a little bit wise now that there is going to be a new challenger in the arena, as they have to be a little bit mindful. But currently Merlin Moore is a little bit disconcerted. They are not all here trying to focus on it. Nicky is still watching the bridge, as he's proven to be quite astute at.
Yeah, and we're looking at Teddy, of course, lobbing one nade, and look at how they actually try to close things out, just like how Victim tried to actually push them aside in towards the section of game home, but instead Victim actually takes a different approach. They are trying to run across straight up towards the hill, hit it in towards Tambang.
Look at the reaction speed on there. They are trying to go in for the flank already onto KC how much, but we're already seeing that everyone else getting in the center of the circle. It's been relatively quiet for everyone else, but there are still a lot of big players left in this game here, and we'll have to see how this next zone is going to be playing out. Daytrade has got that dodgy rotation that they still need to kind of execute here, with Merlin Moore trying to lock them in, but it looks like Victim here is not even going for the flank. They're actually just going to continue moving down this coastline, as they really do not want to get tangled here. They are trying to focus on that circle positioning here. Currently, Mad Dog also trying to put pressure onto Angel Alliance.
Angel Alliance is still having a lot of points to actually chase up upon. They are currently sitting at top 6 with a total of 91 points. Of course, with one chicken dinner, they could easily get towards the top side, just like how they challenged so many others. And Shippy's going to be able to find Buriram United. Nuadra, once upon a time, he was at the top of the kill leaderboard, but no longer for now.
Yeah, Buriram has not had the best of day 3s here, but they're looking to continue to ascend up the table. But now we are seeing that Victim is already here in Tambang. There is actually no other teams here, so they're going to be quite safe for the time being. Now, Angel Alliance, they're actually really spread out. I'm not sure if they want to continue with this kind of spread so far, but it does look like Westney is the last player from Game Home able to take down Kun Keng, as looks like Merlin Moore going to continue exacting more pressure there on that northern bridge here for this second biggest island.
Wow, look at how Nan actually connect those sort of shots over on the squid, and Four Horsemen is forced to actually run a cross, while more members of the side of Four Horsemen are trying to actually take a little bit of safety measure inside those villages. But RCM here, of course, got himself that guilty seat where he could easily just go prone somewhere in the middle of those grasses, as Angel Alliance here has already got themselves smacked right in towards the middle. I'm not sure how long can they keep up, but Purple Moon getting caught out by Konaxi. The few of the shots connect towards Boston's, as he will be able to take a little while to heal up.
But Buriram United is against the ropes here. Konaxi is going to be the last player. He's got Homeboy right in front of him, and he gets a bullet sandwich right there. Looks as though Purple Mood is going to be finishing off their compatriot team, as they are going to hit that dominance on that side of the map. As meanwhile, we are seeing Daytrade is fully engaging here with Merlin Moore, as well, as things are getting bloody on both sides.
Look at the side of MG. They are trying to actually push up the hill as well. And members of Kritori is by the edge, and they will be able to gatekeep Purple Mood as well. And now heading in towards the 11 teams, that's going to be Nikki69 getting knocked out by Cook King's Nate, and that will be, of course, Daytrade also finding members of the MM.
Oh, looks like DBS there maybe might be useful here, but then someone needs to actually try and get it here. But now it does look like Angel Alliance only has 2 players left. 69 getting taken out. RCM also going to be down for the count, as now looks like Merlin Moore is against the ropes here, as Daytrade is getting the one better here in this particular engagement. They need to try and finish this quickly. They are trying to pick up these kills, but currently Kung Cheng is going to actually be moving through the compound for the time being, so they're not going to be able to secure another kill there. But Daytrade going to be pretty happy with this round. This is exactly what they need. They are not that far away from the top of the table, so this could be a good solid round for them.
Yeah, and of course, they played really steadily. They came in a little bit late from the north point, just getting a couple of great angles off of the docks once again. And now heading towards the side of Victim Esports, which came from the same direction. Of course, they were more swift on their approach, and now they might just actually walk right in towards the members of Angel Alliance. And here comes Nan opening up the door, and he might just actually got himself in towards a really tough place.
But it looks like RCM is actually going to spot him out, and he's got M249. Come at me, bro. He's waiting for them right now, as now it looks like the nade is going to be good. It takes down RCM. CM, and now Nan has to try and hide out inside the closet here as he makes a little bit of a last stand here.
Wow.
Looks as though Heinrich also taken down. He really will be the last player. He's holding the angle here, and Teddy is going to go straight into it here, and that was maybe a little bit too carefree, but the Mon, a teammate here, is actually coming in here to try and go for a little bit of the trade here, but Nan is watching both angles, but he cannot watch both at the same time. If they coordinate this perfectly, there's nothing that he can do, and quite rightly there, Mon is going to be able to close things out here, but Teddy was a needless loss, I do feel.
Oh yeah, and I think he went in straight for it, and he should have expected some of all these angles to be having a member off the side of Angel Alliance, but of course, 3-for-1, that was definitely a fair exchange in that sort of sense, and for Arkangel Predator, they've already got themselves locked in towards the next phase, and this will close out in a little bit more, but and oh my, Cooking, he is bound to walk in towards the trap.
Yeah, RDK Boss just holding the flank here. The rest of his teammates are actually a day trade after they're rotating out of Tambang, but it does look like RDK Boss has to make a decision here. Does he try and follow up with this guy, or does he actually try and meet up with his team members? But Kung Kang could be in a good position here to try and prevent RDK Boss, but it doesn't look as though that he's got any of that in his mind. The Merlin Moore player just actually wants to survive a little bit more, but
wow.
Now we're going to have phase 5 revealing itself, and everyone has to try and make their rotations.
Wow, seems like Victim Esports is running back at the direction of Day Trade, and this is going to be really tough for them to cut across. They need to deal with Day Trade members before they cut right in. And speaking of which here, 3 members are being sent on the lookout by the corners of the hill, and Hopkins, he might just be able to actually find Pooches right across.
And oh, look at Purple Moon. They're getting lit up here. Dr. Logi is going to be taking down just moments here, as now Miraculous also moving in from that southern side. Currently, they have Arkangel right on their eastern edge, but Purple Mood is going to get taken out as Dr. Logi is going to continue piling on the misery to the Thai team.
Looking at IQ 500, he will be able to find one member off the side of Phoenix Gaming. And oh, Hopkins! And we speak about this moment, and Day Trade will lose out Twitchios instantaneously. Banana One over the top side here is only down to 5 HP, and they gotta find a wave to punish, and Flash will be able to take down Hopkins, and the rest of the victims have just arrived to the scene. Flash will be able to wipe them all away!
Wow, Day Trade Gaming completely annihilates Victim, and they are out here. The contenders will not be able to get any more points in this game, but we'll have to see how they are going to be looking a little bit on the leaderboard. But now, Miraculum, this is their chance. They can really vault up the standings as well. They are not going completely out of it here. Currently, Mad Dog is going to get finished off by Fergus. They're going to be thankful that this flank is being watched to a certain extent by the other team from Vietnam.
Oh, Cooking. Oh, we'll be actually getting a couple of shots coming from OG Phillips, and that's definitely great cover up coming in from the side of Miraculum, and CJ18 is forced to heal up outside of the zone, and he's only having 5 packs to work with, and Hatchybird is on the lookout, so this does not look good for Arkangel Predator.
Yeah, Creatory on the verge of annihilating the squad here. CJ is not going to reveal himself. He is going to make sure that he can deny the points, but it is going to give a little bit of information to Miraculum Gaming. They're going to know about Creatory's position. Now they are starting to fire on them, but it looks like IQ 500 is actually just going to get completely wiped out here by the blue zone. Not much that they can do about that. Now, currently there is Day Trade coming from that northern side. Now, they did come out on top of Victim, so that was a good team fight coming out from them. Now, they could actually exact a little bit of that here onto Miraculum, despite being a little bit on the short-handed side.
Yeah, speaking of short-handed here, it seems like CJ is about out. Well, Miraculum Gaming will be holding off the post for the time being. Momonji still carries that Vector around. Of course, one of the highest firing rate weapons available on the SMG category, as we see OG Phillips just trying to take a peek on towards where Victim members have already fallen off. Well, it's going to be 2 members versus 3. or the likes of Day Trade Gaming.
And all this while, Golden Cat is right in the center of the circle. They have been really quiet, but they have got some great positioning and cover, so they could try and collect as many kills now. But it does look like Joe Man is going to be going down here first to Burning, and now that's going to be a refrag right now, but they have managed to catch out Flash. There's not many places he can go. He's the last player left, and that's going to be it there for this Thai squad. And Burning, though, not sure if that they can get him up. Looks like Momonji is going to be knocked down by the blue, as really now Creatory is starting to put the pain here onto the Filipino squad. They only have one player left, OG Philip, getting annihilated here, as we're seeing actually Job Jab here from 4 Horsemen. from other side of the circle weighing in on this.
Oh, wow. And they finally got punished for it because they managed to actually knock out, do a lot of damage towards the members of QC from quite afar, but Jairus instead gets knocked out outside the zone. They need to actually smoke up real in time as we see more members of Golden Cat right down below. Goes in for the shot, connects a few more towards the members of Four Horsemen. Split holds on for dear life as we see Zigzag on the QBZ trying to actually go in for some taps, but this is definitely going to be a stronghold for them to last out. Tino is going to be popping one smoke, and hopefully they will be able to actually go in for the decoy to get some great line of sight.
Golden Cat is battening down the hatches. They have got 3 full squads on either side here, and they've got their work cut out for them. But QC 4 Horsemen, at the very least, is not pushing. They have got the circle at the moment, but Phoenix and Creatory need to try and get in. Currently, it does look like Phoenix is using the outside here to the maximum, and they are trying to take the high ground, but it looks like it's going to be Tino taking down Creatory. Fergus also following suit here, and now it does look as though that the kills are piling up. Creatory only has Rip 113. He has to come down the hill, but he's going to get shot out in the open here, and that's Zigzag with the kill.
Oh my goodness me, top 3 for Phoenix Gaming and 9 points as well. They're gonna lob one straight towards the side of Jairus, and it might just actually be a big blow for them. Now Sohati is gonna be holding on towards this sort of section of the rock. They know that there are so many of all these enemies lying within those shacks, and here comes the spray coming from Exonus, but instead gets taken down in time by Jams. Jams gonna be able to actually soak a little bit more as Zigzag will be actually taking out one member of GC as well.
Oh, this peeking coming out from Golden Cat is punishing here, but they are able to get some more punishing shots themselves. 4 Horsemen get illuminated here after they get a little bit of help from Soha, but there is going to be now these 2 teams left remaining here. The current leaders here in the form of Phoenix Gaming. 10 kills on the board. They are trying to get Hungvo Ditch up here, and now they are going to continue to exact this pressure onto Golden Cat.
Look at how Dr. Logi actually lobbed one of the longest nades as we see him getting knocked out as Zigzag has already got his gun pointed over on the corner of the rock, but the circle is not favoring the side of PNG. They gotta force their way in. More nades coming to suit as we see Tino goes in, pulls it up. 3 members down, only 1 more left for the side of Phoenix, and they need to actually make it quick. There's no way that Kush can survive, and now Golden Cat gets the chicken dinner.
Finally, they get one chicken dinner on the board here, seemingly escaping them for so many rounds, but they finally do it here on day number 3, and Golden Cat really needed that one, and that is really going to propel them up the standings here. But I'm not sure how many kills that they were able to muster. I think it's still maybe just reaching about 10, but we'll see a little bit later on. But Phoenix, they definitely got double-digit kills there, and they're going to be really happy with this result because they were tied coming into this with DIC, so they're definitely going to be moving real high and opening up quite the lead. I don't think Victim as well able to do just that many points either.
Yeah, and of course, let's have a look in towards some of all these highlights of the match. Of course, Nikki69 pulled off quite the insane move by the corners of the bridge, taking down some of all these members from the side of Game Home. And of course, DIC has got a taste of what Miraculum Gaming has been suffering throughout, and that's one vote, and there goes the second one as well. Ancon and Smell will smell the bottom of the ocean by the end of that.
Yeah, and this is definitely some hard lesson to learn in terms of how to try and rotate. It is really difficult. I think even in the previous Sanhok rounds, we have always seen that there's always going to be a high risk factor for doing this kind of rotation for such a big distance, just because it's not like Erangel where you get a little bit of cover that you can actually try and navigate around. Here, there is nothing.
Yeah, definitely nothing to take out of this. Well, I'd rather go on that really slow walk and even if you get caught out, there is still that chance to be safe with, of course, enough utilities to smoke. Of course, replays after replays of the boat detonating. Finally, we're moving forward with Victim here, actually taking down so many of all these players from Game Home. And of course, they've been hiding by the edge with Teddy here getting knocked out once, while Game Home eventually needs to actually neutralize the pressure coming from the back, as well as we eventually see even more players coming in towards the corners of this dock.
Yeah, and yeah, there was a lot of trades going out here, but Hopkins getting a decisive knock there, and that was going to really propel them into the later stages here. as they were going to be able to pick up their entire squad. But yeah, this was Merlin Moore here taking a lot of pressure here from Day Trade. Day Trade didn't look as though they were in a great spot with the kind of rotation that they had to do, but they came out over on top of their fellow Thai team, and they were going to be able to close this one out. The nice nade coming out from Joman, really sealing a lot of the decisiveness in this fight.
Yeah, this is where Nan actually was the final member left alive, and yet again, he managed to secure that one crucial point for themselves. Eventually, Man comes in, storms him out, and we're talking about M249 in the hands of RCM. Nah, not gonna happen at all. But Creatory here did manage to go in for that punish to actually gatekeep the rest of AAP from entering that zone. Look at how they spread themselves across the backbone of this hill, and that beautiful nade actually stops Killa right there.
I think at that moment CJ decided, okay, I'm not gonna pop out anymore. There's no way that's happening. But yeah, Four Horsemen trying to do what they could, but they were getting caught out by all of the members here from Golden Cat and from Soha. But yeah, that kind of left Golden Cat with all the cover here and no one else to oppose him except for Phoenix, who had to try and come down. The nade was really good here from Logi, but it wasn't going to be enough as they were all running into a stream of bullets here and leaving only Kush by himself. And Tinoy was going to be able to finish him off there, and there was not anything else that he could have done to be denied.
Yeah, and you see Tinoy actually finish off every single member of the side of Phoenix Gaming, and he was only having 3 HP.
Exactly, exactly.
That spray down, just one perfect line of sight for him to actually punish the rest of the members of Phoenix Gaming. Of course, they've already got their backs against the wall, so that's just that game to be sealed there by Golden Cat after quite a substantial amount of games.
Absolutely. So they're going to be really happy with that. They get 8 kills as well in that game, so they're going to be vaulting up the standings. We'll see how the race for that top spot or that final ticket for PGS Berlin is going to be looking. But yeah, Phoenix is also definitely going to be moving up in that regard as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break, and when we return, we will bring to you more of the action here on the final day of the PSSC.
And welcome back to the PUBG Southeast Asia Super Cup. We are going down to our very final Sanhok round, and later on we'll be going in towards the final 2 games of the entirety of this series. And of course, right now we are having Phoenix Gaming here topping the table here on the overall leaderboard with 121 points, and Golden Cat, who have just won their very first chicken dinner, has skyrocketed in towards second spot.
Yeah, and Victim is also going to be leapfrogging over DIC Gaming, who began before match 14 in first position, tied, of course, with Phoenix Gaming. Now has got 3 teams all above them, and Phoenix has really put in 5 consistent rounds, getting 5 top 3 placings, including 2 chicken dinners, of which 4 of those games they managed to get double-digit kills: 13, 12, 15, and 10. So they have been really outdoing themselves, and right now there's only 3 rounds left. This is crunch time. Really, all these teams at the top of the table, they really need to get some solid performances if they really want to get in. Now, we did see Divine, even though they managed to get the last chicken dinner on Miramar, they faltered. They did lose out a little bit here in that previous Sanhok round. So they are on 93 points, down into 6th position now. And DIC, of course, they got caught in that boat rotation as well. They are on 105 points still. So they are still within shooting distance of getting towards the top. But there's no room for error anymore.
Yes, indeed, and this is definitely going to be the teams with the least amount of mistakes making their way in towards the international circuit. Now, of course, we're looking in towards so many of these sort of destinations as drop points for most of these teams, and we'll see how this first phase will take in this very final round of Sanhok. And, well, for Golden Cat, Tino, who was not really on the kill charts, have got himself in towards the top 4 with quite an amount of kills that he managed to rake up, and that circle finally goes in towards the central region. We've already seen most of it covering waters, and this is definitely something refreshing to watch at the very least.
Well, this is definitely going to be a very neutral one, that's for sure, as, yeah, it's either been left or right. But yeah, this is as box standard as it can be, so I guess for maybe these teams which maybe they are less confident on their ability to play on this map, whether it be because of the rotation or the kind of terrain and cover that they have to deal with, and they're going to get the best chance that they can, you know. But we'll see how all of these teams will be doing. Of course, Victim is going to be nice and central. So currently they are sitting in that 3rd spot. Oh, but it looks like Creatory is going to be taking one early here as Killa getting the nice headshot there onto Maruno. And yep, I don't think that any of his teammates are going to be able to help him out here by the cave side.
Oh yeah, and that's a really nice one tap coming from Killa on that QBZ. And I think that Maruno never really saw it coming anyways, and yep,
Helmet.
That definitely will be his demise. Well, this is the beauty of early game skirmishes. Like, sometimes you could easily just find a lucky kill out of nowhere.
Absolutely, and yep, a little bit unfortunate. It's strayed a little bit too close to the sun, so to speak. And now we're going to be seeing Miraculum Gaming again looting here on this Camp Alpha Island. So it's again going to be a little bit further away. DIC going to be in Hatin again. Now they're going to be happy, of course, with this kind of circle because they can take their time. They don't have to be forced to take a boat, which yeah, was their demise in the previous round. And DIC, despite having a very stellar performance in yesterday's games and really able to take the lead away from the rest, they have faltered a little bit here in the first 3 rounds today, and yeah, just no chance to get any points in the previous game as well is really hurting their chances.
Yeah, there's so many of all those opportunities for them to actually climb back up though, but now down to 3 of these games, it could be anyone's game. Like, we saw how DIC of course crashed out in the middle of the ocean, and of course we have Miraculum also trying to actually climb their way back up as well, and with Phoenix raking in that sort of more than double-digit kill point with that 2nd place finish. Suddenly they shot themselves all the way to the top, and I think Victim can still actually put up some great fight if they can actually secure this game.
Yeah, so they had a very central position here to start the round, and yeah, of course you can loot up here in boot camp, but you're probably not going to be wanting to stay here for too long. So they have already transitioned to that southeastern corner. So they're going to look and see, can they get now a little bit of information on these other teams. This next rotation is going to be a little bit more on the crucial side compared to before. Heimerich here is going to take down Fap, as now it does look like Game Home is going to be in a bit of trouble to start the game, and unfortunately I've had to say that a few times over the course of the last few days.
Yeah, I would say that they've always get themselves into some sticky places. And as for that sort of the rotation that Angel Alliance is currently having right now, they are forcing their way towards the side of Game Home once again, and Game Home is trying to actually march towards the corner of the river, and I don't think this is a great idea at all.
Now, it does look like Angel Alliance is moving to intercept here. Yumkud has got nothing to work with here, especially if Niet here is able to get on the side. Heimerich getting taken down first, though, as Yumkud is going to be able to spot him out. And just like that, Angel Alliance here is going to be pegged back a little bit here, and it's a 3-on-3 battle here. But off screen, it does look like Bad Guy is going to get one onto Merlin Moore. But there's going to be a bit of rotation here coming out from Angel Alliance. 69 is going to be holding this flank by the coastline while the rest of his teammates get into position. But it looks like Yumkud and Niet is pushing in here. And 69 could be in for a bit of a surprise here. And he's getting taken down straight away. His teammates are nowhere to be helping him right now. And
it seems to be that Game Home has found themselves that sort of advantage that they've been looking for. Nan as well as CRM going on that sort of push, and they finally find Imcut, gets him knocked out, and 50% more of HP left for the side of Nan, and he's looking for an ulti. Oh, there goes Game Home. It will be going home in this sort of point.
Nilty just kept sprinting over there. From behind the rock. I guess he thought the positioning was a little bit different there from None, but that's going to allow them to pick up the kill there, and it looks like Angel Alliance, though they did lose 2 of their members, is going to be collecting 4 kills in this game.
Yeah, and though they did get that sort of 4 kills, it wasn't really that great entry fragging coming from the side of Angel Alliance. I do believe it can be executed a little bit cleaner if only they kind of moved pretty much in tandem in that sort of scenario. But what's done is done. They've already got themselves what they need. But to survive out of this sort of a early game, it's going to be tough as a 2-man versus 4.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, on Sanhok, you kind of need as many eyes as you can. I mean, that's a general rule anyway, but I think this one, you really need eyes in the back of your head sometimes. And it seems as though we're having more boat rotations from Miraculum Gaming. So yeah, hopefully they manage to get to where they need to be. They are going as far away as they can to really avoid any of the problems that might have befallen them in previous games.
I'm not really too sure what exactly are they doing, because if you're looking at it, that circle is smack right in the center, and they are driving further and further away. Maybe it's the final few rounds that they think, okay, why not we just go ahead and have fun for a while, take a stroll by the corners of the ocean. They could have actually walked through the entirety of Alpha with not even a single scratch.
But they might actually be doing some landfall a bit north of Tapmok, because take the case of DIC. They always go Hatin, and they're going to know Miraculum always goes to Camp Alpha. So they could be camping the bridge. So they're just being careful.
Yeah, and of course, we do see Arkangel Predator, of course, taking the southern side approach instead. And for me, if I've been detonated in the middle of the sea twice, I would definitely ditch it off. But it seems like Miraculum will have their favorite form of transport, and they will land themselves into Cow. That's going to be a lot of stash of loots for them. But they might just actually have to face off some sort of passerby by the edge of Paradise Resort later on. But AAP, they're looking for members of 4 Horsemen by the corners of the junction.
Yeah, so they're just going to get a bit more information. So that they've already freshly moved in here. Phase number 2 is going to dictate some of the play, as now we're seeing Gims here is actually attracting a bit of fire here. Mad Dog and the rest of the team is going to be on the high ground here, and they're going to have to see if they are going to have any company coming from outside the zone. Currently, there is going to be Phoenix Gaming on the western side that they have to just be a little bit careful of, as that could be a little bit hazardous for them. But now it does look like Four Horsemen is going to be keeping them in place for the time being.
That's right, and this for CJ18, he's going to be having a lot of great vantage point to work with, and this is Cerberus Esports peeking through the entirety of boot camp, smacked in towards the middle, but there will be some of all these MM members right down below. That's going to be a really long-range attempt over on towards the members of DIC.
Yeah, Suppressor really going to enable Basil to try and try his luck, so to speak, when it comes to these long-range shots. But for the moment here, DIC is going to be relatively safe, as Rib just shooting everywhere, it seems. I'm not too sure what was on his mind, but right now Paradise is actually going to be a little bit crowded here, but it does look like Homboya is under pressure here. Flash is able to take him down, and now Purple Mood is going to be aware of the other Thai team that might be a little bit dangerous for them.
As we are looking at some entry point for the side of Miraculum Gaming, eventually they will have to face off against Day Trade members. Cerberus now tries to actually pick up Banana One as well, but somewhere in between there's going to be a victim being smacked right at the center, as we saw DIC members just dealing a couple of all these shots. But here comes the nade straight in towards the eyes of Homboya, and somehow he survives.
Yeah, so it's a little bit fortunate there for Purple Mood, but it looks like they get one down onto the members of Day Trade, so now they can actually push a little bit more. Homboya currently is going to be alive for now, so he can afford to bleed a little bit more than 8 flying in here, and don't think it's going to be able to connect there, as they're going to be able to get the res off here before Purple Mood, but there's now Creatory on the 6th there of Purple Mood as well.
As Circle zooms straight in towards the corners of boot camp, with Victim of course, being in the center of it all, but everyone else over the knot point here will go on to battle. Homboya will be finished off by IQ 500, so Day Trade members are furious with that sort of attempt, as the Thai teams will now collide for that sort of space. But Creatory here, they could actually walk off of this and walk in towards Buriram.
Yeah, so right now we actually also saw Miraculum Gaming finally getting inside the zone here after taking that very long rotation, but they are going to be moving now into a little bit of a better territory. There is going to be Arkangel moving over towards the quarry side of things. Now there is going to be Buriram United on the hill, so this is going to be a key vantage point, as Arkangel is going to be moving in, but now it does look like Cerberus here under pressure, as there's going to be Victim firing at them from long range here on the edges of boot camp.
We're looking at Man, of course, already knowing every surrounding that he's already spot out, but Cerberus now will be their main enemies just lying across the corner, but I'm not so sure whether or not they should actually fully commit into this, but Chippy's already unloaded the SLR bullets over onto across the corner, as Chippy's will find IQ 500.
Yeah, so Purple Mood is still in a very difficult spot. They got opponents on all sides here, and now it looks like Angel aligns with the 2 players that they have remaining. They got Golden Cat very close to them, so Golden Cat has proven to be very astute in terms of taking gunfights in this competition, so they're gonna have to be a little bit wary about taking a direct fight. But it does look as though that Golden Cat is not too concerned about the current situation. They're actually trying to get into a little bit more of a central spot here that they can find a little bit more defensible.
Yeah, and we're looking at a little bit of that sort of spacing in between some of all these teams. But how do some of all the players that are currently stuck at bootcamp get out of this if that circle does not end up in towards the camp? And here comes Burning, of course, landing that K9 shot over on Day Trade. A little bit off camera, but Victim members are pressurizing members of Golden Cat.
Yeah, so now it looks like Day Trade here going ham here onto Miraculum Gaming. This is not working out well. 2 of them already taken down, and now OG Philip and Momonji are the last players here to try and get out of the situation. Now they have gone for a big rotation here, but now they are facing the nice edge here, as Joe Man here is going to be putting pressure there on the flank here. Puchu is here also moving in. Momonji is the last player left alive. He's trying to find a little bit more information here before he makes his move, but it's already going to be phase 4 in just a little while, and he's tanking the blue damage quite substantially.
Yeah, no, we're looking at Momonji eventually having to bow out by this circle because it's a long shot for him to even cut across day trade. So I guess he just actually will try to hunt out for that one final kill, and it might just be Banana One getting caught out.
But Banana One didn't actually see him, and he's actually making a run for it as well. They want to try and get inside the zone first, and then see what else is that they can do. But now it looks like the zone is going to be shifting a little bit substantially, so now it's going to be very much in favor of Purple Moon. They've had a little bit of problems getting sandwiched in the early stages by Day Trade and also Predatory. Oh, that nade though.
Nasty nade coming in from the side of RCM, and of course that will secure the kill over on the home voltage. And Phoenix members are slowly falling flat, while Victim Esports will have the entirety of that survey swamp, of course, maybe a little lake in between to actually have dominance over the members of Cerberus.
Yeah, so now this is the tight one where everyone has to try and get out of boot camp, as you mentioned, and there's just not a lot of cover to do that as well. DIC is actually going to be inside boot camp as well. They really have to think about this carefully. Rotations have not been their strong point in the last few games, and we'll see that Arkangel is already here in the central side. They do have BRU to their northeast that they'd have to be a little bit careful of, and they do have got quite a lot of teams potentially arriving on their doorstep pretty soon.
Well, we're looking at Momonji still surviving after all that sort of commotion against Day Trade, but he's cutting across every single corner like a rat, trying to actually survive the sewers. And now first 8 came in pop. He's still got a couple more, but it's going to take a lot of damage here as Toe will be able to actually fend off against RCM. Gets one knock, but he's going on a little bit of a run, and he's also taking so much of that sort of a damage by the edge. I'm not too sure whether can Merlin Moore survive out of this.
Nan is in a really bad spot here. He's got all these 3 Merlin Moore players in front, but they have decided that it is not worth it to chase this lone player down here. But it does look like Momonji gets spotted out by Shippies here. And that's a little bit unfortunate here for Miraculum Gaming. They go out in 15th position here, but now it looks like Merlin Moore here running straight into Phoenix Gaming, and this could be really bad for them, as it looks as though Nan is going to be pretty happy with this, but off screen!
Oh my, DIC members are falling flat, and they are getting traded left, right, and center. Cerberus as well as Victim will be able to remove them, and there goes Cerberus members are getting detonated by Tony, as well as Smell. My goodness me! What is going on the opposing side of the map?
Oh, the martyrdom level of kills here, but now is Phoenix, which is in trouble. Only 2 players left, and they have got Golden Cat right in front of them. They might want to try and continue to finish this. They would have known who is that in the kill feed, and now they can be certain that they can actually peg one back there onto Phoenix and deny them the points, deny them the placing that they need to continue to maintain their lead in this tournament.
They cannot drop out so early, so Hati will be knocked outside of the play zone, which means there's only one more member left of the side of Phoenix to play this one, and all they have to do is wait, and there goes! Phoenix Gaming threw it off the table, and now there is a chance for Golden Cat to climb back on top.
Yeah, so Golden Cat is really going to be fancying their chances here, but now it looks like Merlin Moore finally getting eliminated here, as does Divine, as that's going to actually be Arkangel to put the finishing touches there. Now things are wide open here. Victim, though, is also going to be happy with the events that they saw in the kill feed, but now there's going to be none here that could be a little bit of a thorn in the side. RDK Boss has been holding flank for the likes of Victim for almost all of the game here, and now Golden Cat is actually in the sights there for Victim as well.
Oh, he's got to make a run. Oh, he gets a shot over onto RDK, and now Nan, of course, needing to actually heal up before he makes his way across. Hopkins knows that there's one more member left outside, and now he's going on that sort of chase. Angel Alliance have to rely on Nan while we are heading into his phase number 5 with Hopkins on the lookout. Victim, of course, unwilling to let go of that one kill.
Yeah, it does look like it's a little bit of a precarious spot here. Victim has got enemies on all sides right now. They have to try and transition a little bit towards the eastern side. Day Trade is going big there as they take out all of the remaining members there from the likes of Purple Moon. And now there is going to be further advancement moving here. Nan is still alive right now.
Oh. And speaking of which, they just
curse.
got him actually caught up there as we've already held the angle for long enough. Golden Cat, though, right now on top of the mountain, will be able to find one more from the side of 4 horsemen with gems getting knocked out. But Victim, of Of course, they are just waiting by the edge, and they're waiting to strike thunder upon the cat.
Yeah, but it looks like Victim here only has the 3 members to deal with this now. CJ is down here for Arkangel, but it does look like they have the zone. They have to try and repel the 4 horsemen, but they got BRU to worry about. But now Daytrade is moving here into the Victim territory. They only have 2 players left, but they don't spot out Mon. He's gonna get the knock there as he's gonna continue to look for the other Thai players. They are trying to go for a bit of the res play, but it is gonna eat a little bit more time than they would have liked.
Now, Victim, of course, trying their best to actually stall things out. There will be members being rest from the side of Daytrade. 1 kill being connecting, and now 1 versus 3, and Mon's dropping down to 24 health, and he's hiding by the shack, and they're going to break it all open. There goes Victim. He'll be crashing out at 7th place as Arkangel Predator now will try to carry the flag for the Philippines, while we're looking at Golden Cat. How many kills did they get?
Wow, they are actually destroying things there on that northwestern side, taking advantage of the fracas there as Daytrade trying to move in on the territory held by Victim, but now they are getting into the thick of things here. But it's actually going to be Maxonus that gets taken out first there as the Thai squad is ready to repel their attackers. As, oh, it looks as though Daytrade, though, not able to deal with it, as also BRU getting in on the action.
My, oh my, 5 more teams being left out in the open, and this is definitely one hectic circle to be played out. Mad Dog getting some bullets over on the side of Squid as well. He's running up the hill. He's trying to get a little bit more of that cover as we see Arkangel Predator is dominating the south side.
Killa is going to finish off Svit, and that is it for 4 horsemen. And now it does look as though that there is still going to be a lot of presence on the northern side. BRU currently entangled with Fergus. I think Fergus is actually just trying to stay alive as much as possible, but Golden Cat, they still got the 2 players there on that western side. They could actually still influence things a little bit substantially, but BRU being very cautious here. They really don't know where all the rest of the other players are.
Yes, and then they've already switched on their killer instincts as Arkangel Predator will just prowl over on towards the south side sector of the map with only 2 more members left alive for the side of Golden Cat. It's going to be pretty tough for them, but Buriram has made their way in towards that final circle.
And it does look like Golden Cat is spotted out there by the members here of Arkangel. So they're going to be a little bit careful of that. BRU, very passive here. They're just trying to make sure no one comes up over the top of the hill. But now Arkangel does know that there is going to be that presence there from Golden Cat. And just try to apply a little bit of pressure here. But Killa is taking a little bit more damage and not keeping track of the blue zone here. He's going to get taken down by Tonke. That's a little bit of a mistake there from the Philippine player.
Well, we did see such a long shot coming from Tonke, and that's the reason why you cannot underestimate this member of Golden Cat. Now Tonke has been spotted there by Mad Dog, but even so, he's getting some shots connecting. There goes Tonke, and he has avenged his fallen ally.
Yeah, some nice shots coming out there from Mad Dog. Is going to be absolutely clutch. Now there's only 1 player left here from Golden Cat. Currently 6 packs holding the angle up on top of the hill, but there is going to be BRU coming down pretty soon. This is a little bit narrow here for Arkangel. They have 1 less player as well to try and deal with onslaught that might be coming here from the BRU players, but currently there's still Creatoris, Fergus, who might be able to influence things.
Now look at Mad Dog, he's already playing really safely, but BRU, if they do cut across towards this section here, they may be able to actually close things out against Arkangel. Long lane's not connecting, but here comes the smokes have already been pulled up. There's some MT49 in the hands of Nuadra that could prove to be pretty dangerous and lethal towards the likes of Arkangel Predator. Now only 3 more teams and BRU 4-man strong.
Yeah, BRU, yeah, Nuadra here could really do a number here onto Arkangel, but they are trying to look for that crucial first pick that is basically going to even up, and if it's going to be Nuadra, that is going to be even more perfect. But now looks like Cobbs is going to be snaking his way here to try and get closer towards the summit of the hill. This is the final zone. Everyone is going to be waiting for it to converge.
And my, oh my, if I do calculate correctly, Arkangel Predator could still pull quite a substantial amount of points to climb in towards the top 3. Fergus will be able to find Godmail, so that's only 3 members left. Smoke being popped over the side of Nuadra as well, as we see Arkangel members are climbing up. There will be a couple of nades being expended from the side of Nuadra as well, as we see CJ here trying to actually take on this sort of approach. Kalps holding onto his rock. He knows somebody's out there. He might just actually go in for a spray. He's looking for one, but there will be smokes actually covering on his left side. He won't be able to get that knock. Mad Dog now going in for this hunt as he tries to look out for Eddie. He slaps off Fergus. Only 1 HP left, and now Arkangel Predator. They might actually get this winner chicken dinner.
They're all swarming all over Fergus here. There's not much he can do, and it looks like they're going to be able to find him. One remaining player here, as there's going to be Eddie hiding in the smoke, and he's going to get taken down. CJ comes out with it. 10 kills on the board here for Arkangel Predator, and they're going to get another win up there and move up the table.
My goodness me. This is dramatic. This has got to be the series of the year. Well, it's only the first quarter of the year, of course. It might just be even bigger stuff to come, but wow. SEA Super Cup has offered us so much that now, with this win from Arkangel, mind you, they start off with 92 points. So, with the chicken dinner, they might just be at the top of the ladder.
Absolutely, and I think like with that, I mean, we're going to be seeing them on 112 points. They did get 10 kills in that particular round there, and we know that that is within touching distance of the top as well. So they could be looking for that 20,000 US dollars for getting that top prize. But let's see how all of that worked out in our final round here for Sanhok at the PSSC.
Wow, of course, Killa was the one to open fire for that first kill of the game, and hit in towards the very final circle as well. Of course, they've been blessed with a lot of great rotations as well as great pickoffs here. Hammerich has got himself a little bit of that sort of pincer attack against Game Home. So we talked about this position, which was pretty interesting, where Yimkut managed to catch over on the side of Hammerich, and he was looking on towards the wrong direction.
Yeah, and that was a little bit unfortunate there, but this one was a little bit of a brawl here as Game Home was getting some initial good picks here onto Angel Alliance, but it was going to be some flanking maneuvers that went array, which wasn't really going to work out for Game Home. They took a quick knock there, and then Neil here trying to just solve things a little bit on the faster side here, just going to be running into a hail of gunfire from Nan, and that was going to be it for them going out first.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what was he actually running right out in the open as well, but of course, Game Home so far have had such a rough tournament run, and this is where Purple actually goes in for some sort of trading against Daytrade itself, and this is where, of course, Miraculum dock in pretty late towards the North Point and face off against the members of Daytrade by the edge of Paradise.
Yeah, and yeah, this kind of huge rotation coming out from Miraculum Gaming didn't really work out to the best of effects here. Now Momonji did manage to get out around from this, but he lost all his team members here, and yeah, this was going to be where we saw a lot of the teams get completely punished. DIC not able to even get across from the side here of boot camp, and they ran into Cerberus here, and they were going to be able to take all of them down right now with the help of some victim shots coming in from the side.
Yeah, no, DIC of course got eaten up by the blue, with Victim already tracking them for quite some time, and Cerberus eventually needs to actually walk through so many of all these bullets with Daytrade as well as Victim, all having a perfect firing range upon them.
Exactly, and Cerberus here, we're going to be pretty happy with this one. Of course, DIC did manage to get a few onto them as well, as they all started expiring here from the zone. So that was a little bit of a trade in that sense. Phoenix also had some problems coming in from the zone here. Golden Cat was going to be really happy with this one, because they know that with this, they're going to gain some points on the current leaders.
Oh yeah, and they played it off oh so well. They calculated what it takes to actually get themselves to where they need to be, and I do hope that this round would bring them just about enough. This is where Victim, of course, were pinned down towards a corner where they were forced to play it against Daytrade, which cut themselves in towards this really tight spot, which, of course, Mon, he can only get a couple of points out of this one before Daytrade closes him out.
Yeah, so this is like a really messy fight here. Now they were trying to find and clear out the last member, and they just totally busted in through the door there, and they were going to be able to take him out. A little bit of a expedient factor there.
Yeah, and this is where Golden Cat also got themselves in towards that top 6 situation where they have to actually force this fight against Daytrade, and we saw some really great maneuvers and skills being shown all across, but Arkangel was the one that heard all this sort of commotion from across, and they decided to actually go on a full push, swinging towards the side of Buriram. But it's all thanks to Cows because of this opening, as they managed to put one smoke to deny all those vision, and that definitely pulled enough time for them to actually hunt out and secure this winner chicken dinner.
And the timing was perfect on the push at the top of the hill, because Narendra had no place to go after the blue zone was starting to corral him out from that particular corner, and that was going to be easy for the rest of Arkangel to really clear out on the rest of the game there. So kudos to them for being able to come out with the big win in this one. But this also means that we are left with only 2 remaining rounds here at the PSSC, and we can't wait to see how the storylines are going to be unfolding and see what is going to be that dramatic conclusion. Everyone is jostling for that position, and we can't wait. But we'll have to wait for a few more minutes, and we'll be back after the break.
And welcome back to the PUBG Southeast Asia Super Cup. We are at our penultimate round, and let's have a look at the leaderboards as we have Phoenix Gaming still at the top, but may not be for long as we have Golden Cat only 1 point behind of the leaders.
They are really on their heels, and they've overtaken Phoenix in terms of the total kill count. And of course, Phoenix did help them along in that sense. But yeah, we have few teams, all 70 plus kills, all looking for more here, and everyone is still within striking distance. Victim definitely going to be one of them, 8 kills away from the top spot. And yeah, we're also going to have Arkangel moving up into 4th position. Now they've already qualified, but they want a lot of that prize money. DIC falling all the way down to 5th now, and it's all going wrong.
Oh my, I mean, there's only going to be a lot of momentum shift, and even the A-Trade Gaming having Joman finally climbing in towards the kill rankings as well on 3rd place, while Tonke is your brand new leader of Golden Cat, and for Smell as well as Teddy, they've always been in that front page news.
Oh, so it's going to be really interesting here. Now, of course, DIC and Daytrade are not out of it yet, but they have to have some good rounds here to really solidify their chances. But this is going back to the bread and butter here. We are back on Erangel as we are going to be facing or seeing these final 2 rounds, and this could really be a very stressful situation for all these players to find themselves in right now.
Oh yes, yes indeed. And we're looking at the really southern-centric sort of flight path here, and now it's going to be a lot of all these teams actually battling for some grounds and loots, as we've already have some members coming from the side of MM challenging the likes of Purple Mood by the corners of Milta, and wow, there's going to be a lot more visitors than it used to be inside of that military base.
Yeah, I think this flight path is just a lot more restrictive than you would normally see, but it does look like the zone here is going to be all the way here on this western side, and it's going to be on the relatively neutral angle here, but looks like Nan here is going to get the first kill along with 69 for Angel Alliance. So that's a nice pick up here for the start of the game here, and they're all here fighting out with Job Jab and the rest of 4 horsemen in Pachinki.
Wow, I guess like they really want to end things with a bang, as we see Angel Alliance here have gems all cornered up. I'm not too sure where exactly can he possibly hide, but we're looking at 69 providing a little bit more of that cover. He might have already had a little bit of a mental picture of where RCM is currently at.
Yeah, so looking at this, I mean, this is your classic Pachinki fight. But of course, yes, it's swung definitely into Angel Alliance's favor here. But I mean, we can see that there could be multiple one-on-one scenarios, which just definitely is going to be in favor of 4 horsemen, all things considered. But yep, he's just going to continue to move up to the top of the 3-story, and it's only one way for them to really try and contest with this. Is really not taking any chances to try and pop up over the top either.
Well, RCM already knows that he's being stuck under this sort of the triple-story building, and if he ever comes towards the rooftops there, then he might just actually land a couple of bullets over onto its the opposing side. 4 horsemen already having such a scattered position here, I don't think that it's wise of them to actually force any sort of a movement at all. It's definitely going to be them just camping out wherever they are currently at.
Yeah, so from the looks of things here, I think, yeah, the other 4 horsemen player is actually still going to be a little bit further north here. Job Jab is not really going to be able to cross over the road here, so if Gems goes down, that is pretty much lights out for him. But now we are only going to be having 55 more seconds. But at the very least, Pachinki is very central inside the zone. But of course, Arkangel is a little bit more central on the Getka side of things. Victim is going to be here on the Watertown and really not have too much to worry about. And RCM trying to get whatever angle that he can here. Oh, he might have spotted our Gems there, but just not able to take advantage of the situation.
He's got a Molotov that he might be able to prime in towards the window pane, but he's going to let out some warning shot over on the side of Gems, and he's going to trade back a little bit, and that will land over on the shoulders of RCM.
Yeah, it looks like Hemorrhage is actually coming over here. He's actually going to be able to get into a better spot, but it looks like the nade here not going to be landing there. Gems is actually going to go back down the stairwell. RCM is continuing to pull off his best Spider-Man impression here as he's trying to get into a better spot.
And that's a lot of all these utilities being expended towards likings of gems. And even RCM, of course, he soaked a little bit of damage. He will be getting himself a little bit of a heal off. Same goes as Gems having enough time to actually defend himself in a sort of way. But Job Jab, though, he's only watching by the corners of the window, and I'm not even sure if they can actually get a little bit of that sort of position to actually capitalize on any passerbys coming from Angel Alliance.
But Job Jab now has moved himself into a better position. He's taking a bit of damage here from RCM, who definitely has spotted him out. Now they know exactly where the final two players are looking for. Four Horsemen, in fact, Non just trying to, again, land some of those shots here. But Nikki off screen here is going to get run over there as Fergus is going to be able to get that first kill there for Creatory.
What a way to actually get the kills off of the feed. And now 69 getting closer and closer. It seems like Hammerage, of course, is just giving him enough of that respect. But what can he possibly do? He can't really push upwards. But with those Micro Uzi intact, he might be able to actually storm his way upwards. But speaking of that, that will be the kill being secured, and the Four Horsemen will be running without a horse.
And 69 doing the work there. And yeah, Four Horsemen out of the game here. Fergus taking down another one here. This time for Merlin Moore, as Toyox here is going to get taken out. And things are starting to descend into a little bit of chaos there by the Milta Bridge there onto Sosnovka Island here. And Casey How Much takes down IQ 500. Looks like he's going to get thirsted on straight away, as now Blue Zone is fast encroaching on all the territory. All these Milta teams are going to have to start rotating pretty soon.
Oh, that's a DPS. First out of the lot, appearing right smack in the center of the fields of Gatka, I do believe, as this definitely will not be wise for some of all these players to take, especially when it's such an open field.
Absolutely, and even though we did see that there was one crate having a DBS on Sanhok, yeah, I think no one here is willing to roll the dice on that one. Now, not to say that it's a bad weapon, but it might just not be the flavor of the month, so to speak, in the competitive circuit.
Oh, yes, indeed. And unless we're having some urban terrains, then that DB is definitely going to be packing in a whole lot of punch. But Killa from Arkangel Predator, we've seen some great games coming out of that lad. And looking at the members of Arkangel Predator, they're kind of severely undiluted for the time being. Some of them are still on their SMGs, not really having the right sort of a distance of scope to actually utilize. But Fergus, whoa, he's on the roll.
Yep, so that's going to be his second kill right there, confirmed. And now we're going to be seeing the players here from Miraculum Gaming moving up to Mount Gakka and trying to secure one of those spots where it's going to enable them to kind of scout out in the later sections. And of course, if the circle does shift a little bit more on this side, they're going to be happy with that. But Momonji is going to have to sit back down on the as it's really a little bit too steep for him to try and get up.
Oh yeah, he's still going to try no matter what, but well, he's got to press on the gas for quite a while. While Hachibu's going to be joining in from the back. They're getting a perfect bird's eye view. Some bullets are flying up in the air, but I'm not too sure whether or not should they actually reply in that sort of instance. But Momonji has been dashing in towards the north point, where it will be the entry of South George, and Mon, a victim, will be able to actually clip off Burning.
Oh, I have no idea how this happened here. He went all the way down the hill, and yeah, it's all by himself as well. And just like that, Miraculum Gaming going to be losing their first player when everyone else is on top of the Mount Gakka.
A little bit of a questionable move coming in from him, but of course, 1 free point for Victim. They got no complaints, especially when they are chasing for that top spot against Phoenix Gaming.
Yeah, and for the time being, they are also just trying to still get that, stick to the plan, get as much information as they can while they wait for phase 2 to reveal itself. Victim also going to be aware that one team is up there on the hill, most likely based on the kind of movements that they saw out. You're not likely to see otherwise, but now it looks like Pooh Twist here actually taken down here as Neilty is looking to get a fortuitous start for game home.
Well, that's going to be the circle headed in towards Gatka, while the rest of Golden Cat, of course, currently sitting in the second place. They need those kills, and I'm not really happy for them because they're still by phase 1 blue zone, and they could definitely cross over from the eastern side of the bridge, where the west side is pretty much congested.
And this is going to be nice here for DIC. They're right in the center of the zone. Looks like Victim here is congregating here at the base of Mount Gakka, and Miraculum Gaming, this is probably the best circle that they could have hoped for given their current position. But yeah, we did see a lot of players starting to move in towards the Gakka side of things here, as things are going to get very crowded. Game Home definitely going to be one of them that is going to be tempting all these other teams to already open fire onto them, which I think DIC has more than obliged.
Yeah, yes indeed, and I do think that DIC here, they have so many good games throughout the entirety of all 3 days, and they are not looking to bow out in this next 2 rounds. Well, should I say these 2 rounds, because this is going to be our final few games to be played out, and Phoenix Gaming already find himself a victim across, and Boston's is lucky enough not to receive all too much of the damage.
Yeah, and now Purple Moon trying to come in through here, but they're under a lot of pressure, as it's going to be Kush trying to open fire. Meanwhile, we do see that Divine is able to take down one of the Golden Cat members there, and now Bossense is going to be the one subject to extreme prejudice here by Phoenix Gaming, but so far it's not happened yet, but it does look as though Casey How Much has revealed his position and trying to open up onto these rotations.
Oh my, Kush also trying his luck with the M24 as they let loose so many of all of these bullets up in the air. Angel Alliance wants a little bit of that sort of pick off against Purple Mood, and everyone's trying to crash through the corners, and they are exiting Pachinki as of now.
And Raccoon Kang here could be in a little bit of trouble here. The nade flying just overhead here. He's going to be thanking his lucky stars. He wasn't a little bit further back here, but now it does look like he's going to get caught out there as Hemorrhage comes up over the top. And it looks like Angel Alliance will be able to collect their 5th kill of the game.
Wow, 5 kills in such a short span of time, and Victim, they have what it takes to actually pull up some clutch moves, but 69 here, still looking for Purple Mood members, and somehow Purple Mood, though they got sprayed every single corner, they are still alive.
And they're still rotating. I thought they would have found a spot by now, but it does look as though they really can't find a spot to call home. They're going to continue moving onwards here, and now it looks like it's going to be Hung Bodich who's going to be able to get that confirmed kill after just moments, going to be bleeding out, but it does look like Purple Mood is moving towards Mount Gakka. I'm not sure if they're aware that there's a certain Filipino team right on the summit.
Oh yeah, right on top of the summit is going to be Miraculum Gaming, but it's going to be a 3-on-3 battle, which will be pretty much fair. Well, more is not getting any more in that sort of sense, and as CJ tries to actually tap things over in the window, they are finding some enemies right across.
Yeah, and for the most part here, Arkangel does have control of this region. They have got basically one player in each of the main compounds, which can kind of watch each other. They just have to be a little bit careful if from phase 3 onwards, which we will see in just a little bit, whether or not the zone is going to be actually centered here around them in Gakka. Looks as though we're going to be shifting a little bit here towards the western side. Game Home is going to be in a decent spot, so is Cerberus, but we'll see if others are going to be readjusting here for this particular zone.
Cerberus have always actually took that corner of that sort of hill, as we see Day Trade, of course, having quite a number of kills on day number 2 from that sort of segment as well, where I'm going to enter from the corners of Quarry, while Mad Dog is still trying to actually chase away some of all these passerbys by exerting a lot of pressure from those SLR shorts. But Mad Dog's going to be making a little bit of a sprint, as we see Arkangel Predator is already trying to actually book a spot in towards phase number 4.
Yeah, and for the most part, DIC here is again trying to make life difficult now. It doesn't look as though that they've actually decided to make a move at all. They want to try and shoot at these teams in rotation here, see if they can pick up any lucky kills. But at the very least, they're going to make life living hell for anyone trying to move down there. But looks like Momonji here is getting spotted out here by Victim now. He is legging it, but it's going to be giving away the position here for Miraculum Gaming on that western side.
Oh, here comes Mondo, and I do think that this is definitely going to be a strong placement for the side of Victim to actually secure, while Hanboya is going to be able to actually pin down one member off to the side of Phoenix Gaming.
Oh, Cobb's getting taken down here as DIC is going ham at it with Arkangel, but Arkangel is getting the better of the exchange here, but they are going to be in a little bit of dire straits with the one player already taken down. But it looks like DIC here is going to be losing two of them here. This split is not really working out. Tony is still trying to hide out here as much as possible, but he is outnumbered, and this is very difficult for this kind of maneuvering as the other two players from DIC just not able to help at all, and it's only a matter of time before they find Tony out.
And smokes have already been popped up by the rest of the members of Arkangel Predator. Tony right now getting so much pressure coming in from every sort of angles that he could possibly guard. But Purple Moon has been wiped away by Phoenix Gaming. And once more, Home Voltage did popped off and clutched that entirety of that moment.
Oh, and it didn't look as though they actually found a place to call home in the end. Now, Tony here is still in a very precarious spot. The best thing that he could do right now is get on the face of the building that he can be covered by his teammates. That is the whole point of this 2-2 split, that you can't easily extinguish the whole team. So he is going to be held with a little bit of cover here, but Day Trade is taking down the members here from Angel Alliance. Two of them going down 69, going to be finished off, as is RCM.
Oh, but now one's going to be finding RCM, like you said, and I'm not sure what could they make out of this, as Angel Alliance still have two more members, and there is Game Home right across the corner, but Arkangel Predator is trying to find that camper that's inside of that house next door, and that circle definitely would still be covering some of all these players right here. But DIC, they still have two more members smack on top of the wording Gatka. Of course, that will be a little bit of a stretch for them to actually rush towards the side of either Game Home or members of AAP.
So Game Home is in a very good position here to prevent a lot of the rotations here, but this does look like Miraculum Gaming moving in from that northern side. Now, it is going to be DIC which has the biggest problem here. The two of them who are currently outside the zone, including Smell, they do need to try and rotate. Game Home could do something here, but Victim here is running right out in the open, and Game Home is going to unleash here towards Teddy's side, but they're not going to land enough connections just yet. But it does look like Hopkins is going to be attracting a lot of the fire here, but he is going to be able to secure a spot here, but it does look like Cerberus is going to be right in front of them.
And looking at the corners of Eddie, they will be able to actually take down Levi's, as we see Tony actually taking down one member off the side of Arkangel Predator. So that's definitely going to be a big factor for them to actually cause a little bit of a ripple effect. And who knows, Tony might just clutch his one retreat.
And he's already knocked down two of them here. Now, it does look like the rest of DIC coming in here. CJ trying to counter this here. He's able to take down Anquan, but now Smell is moving in on foot, but he might not be able to see CJ. He's got the health going through here. The nade is going to knock off the body there, and it looks like CJ is going to get taken out.
What in the world has happened to Arkangel? Their hopes have been crushed right across as DIC wiped him out. And why? CJ, of course, tried his best. He only secured one extra point out of that skirmish.
The plays coming out from Tony, he delayed for so long, and then he still got the first two picks in the fight. That's amazing play coming out of him. Looks like a trade here between Cerberus and Divine here, as it's going to be a trade of nades here. But now there should be the rest coming up for the time being. Now it does look like Victim does want to try and get Mon up as fast as possible. He's still on the high ground, but it looks like Subang coming up huge against Divine, and he takes down all three members.
Wow, it's one sweep coming out of nowhere, and CES, they are trying to get as much points possible to end with a whole lot of pride for Vietnam. And what better way than to take out the Titans of their home country. And now we're down to our top 11 teams. Pichu getting a little bit of pressure coming from the side of Angel Alliance, but there's still Joman to actually beat the wave.
Oh, looks like Nan is going to get some nice shots there onto Puchis here, but it's not enough to get the down. But they are going to hold this position because they are right now on the edge of the zone. It's going to be a little bit precarious for them to try and get just inside. One of the other day trade players is already going to be in there, but Golden Cat is a little bit further north. They could actually rotate down if they so choose, but I think more likely here, these guys are just waiting here for phase 5, then they can see where to go. They don't want to get too entangled with the fight, least they not be able to get into the next zone.
Certainly agree with that. They should not overcommit into it. This sort of entanglement. And of course, as for Victim Esports, they have been having a great coverage in between these two heels, and I'm pretty sure that they will still be surrounded by the next phase, which, of course, like I said, being smack in the middle.
Yeah, and now it does look like Golden Cat here is getting pinned a little bit. There is going to be BRU as well to their south side, but it is Angel Alliance not holding back, but now it is actually going to be Day Trade that's going to be the aggressive one here. They get the nade knocked there onto none, and they are using that as the ghost sign. Joe Man actually getting ready to try and assault the building here, as they know that it is going to be a little bit more quiet here, as now Molotov is coming in here. This could be enough. It's going to be burning up none, and now it looks like Heimerich has to try and heal up a little bit more, as now Joe Man and Poochwist here are going to try and finish off the last Angel Alliance player.
And now Heimerich have no option but to actually hop off the window. He's just holding on to his dear life, as we see two more members of Day Trade here trying to go on the lookout, and he goes in for the peek. He takes out Joman, and he might be able to actually clutch this 1 versus 2. Secures the kill towards the side of Joman. Looks for 1 versus 2, and he will go in for the shutdown. Angel Alliance patiently waits and takes down so many of all these players off.
What a clutch there from Heimerich. He played that perfectly and able to take down those 2 members from Day Trade. They are out of here, and now it does look like he's going to continue onwards, but he is the last surviving team member from Angel Alliance. But what a play coming out from him. Now it does look like Victim here is going to be getting a nice little bit of a loot crate, and see whether or not they have the DBS or something a little bit better here, as you can see a level 3 gear but no level 3 gun.
Oh yeah, and seems like there's going to be a little bit of switcheroo. And yep, they're going to be picking up that M249, and Teddy's ready to actually unload all these hail of bullets onto the bodies of their enemies, as Heimerich, of course, sprinting through a really tough situation. Now, Angel Alliance, 7 kills to the name.
Yeah, he has to worry about Subang, right? He is right in front of him, and he did take out the whole of Divine, and looks as though 1 HP left on Heimerich, but it looks like Subang here is going to be the victor, and he finishes off Heimerich, and he adds another trophy to his trophy case.
Well, I gotta say that that Mens have taken way too much out of this game, and it's time for him to actually get a little bit of that breather, while CES will be able to find Kritori. And there goes Fergus, as well as Maxonis of Golden Cat. DIC having Smell here, taking it off, but DIC will bow out in 9th place.
And that is a big double team there coming out from Golden Cat and Game Home, as they are clearing out things here. But now Buriram is also going to be facing pressure here, as they are still bleeding out. They have 2 players still up here, but it's going to be Golden Cat raining death from above right now.
Oh my goodness me, look at that. Victim has been laying silent, waiting for everyone to take out each other, but of course, they might just be able to actually have the last laugh. There is 7 more teams, and he knows that there's going to be Game Home somewhere right down below, but this is going to be a really great attempt of the nade, but it won't be able to connect towards the side of Zigo, as we see him actually getting quite a number of coverage come from that sort of corner of that hill.
Yeah, right now he's trying to go for a bit of aggressive peek over the top here, but it does look like Hopkins is a little bit aware of this position here, and he's going to try and counter. Kush is actually going to get the headshot there with the M249, or no, M2, and that's a little bit unfortunate there for the Miraculum Gaming player.
Oh my goodness, this should not happen at all, and Zigo 1 will punish members of Victim Esports. Now 2 of them are being knocked out right out in the open, and Teddy, he's running with his life, although he does have that M249 in his hands, while Cerberus are chasing in terms of kills, as they manage to take down 1 off of the side of Phoenix. Now Miraculum, all being stuck under this sort of housing area of the compound. He may be able to actually hold on, but Kush is trying to bring the name of Vietnam to the global stages here. And what can they possibly do right now? That guy gets shot down by Tong K.
Yeah, it looks like our kill leader is continuing to go to work here, and it's a little bit annoying here for Kush to try and see how does he want to try and get around this. He is the last member here for Phoenix, and of course his mission will want to stay alive as long as possible here and take how many he can with him. currently Hechibert is going to be a little bit antsy here, continuing to look for options to try and shut down Kush. Right now, Philip also is not going to be taking too much in the way of a risk. He's just going to also wait for him to try and explore a little bit more around the house.
Well, I think that victim members are just playing it really safely. They understand it's more vital for them to actually land those sort of positioning points. Here comes Fap from Game Home here, rigging more kills for the side of Game Home as Gottmel instantly gets removed the moment that he got knocked, and Zingo won again, and that will be the end for Golden Cat.
And wow, Phoenix is going to be happy with that. So is going to be Victim, that Golden Cat, not able to get any more from this game. But there is still going to be 13 players left alive here. So still plenty of points to be won right now. Kush is going to get one here. OG Phillip getting taken down. Hechibert is going to get the refrag, but not before losing his player. So that Thirsting there is going to give another point there to the current leaders.
And this will mean that Victim will be one of the top teams still surviving out of that sort of brunt. And, well, there's going to be RDK Boss on the lookout from top of that hill. And the good news is they are still within the zone.
Game Home have got this fantastic position to work with here, and they could really use this against all the other teams quite drastically. But there is going to be Cerberus here going to be moving in. Subang going to be on the high ground. Now Teddy has been watching this flank for seemingly forever here, but it looks like Subang here is going to get out Konaxi, and BRU loses their last player. Now that's going to give away Subang's position, so Teddy is getting behind even more cover at the moment as he has to wait a little bit longer. RDK Boss already inside the zone getting information for his teammate.
Well, I couldn't believe that Teddy can survive out of this staircase for quite some time, but Subang might just know who's hiding right behind that pickup truck right there, so he's just going to be popping a little bit of smokes as a decoy, trying to actually flush him out, but Teddy's just gonna go in for that peek. Same goes to Momanji as well. Momanji has that bike ready to actually get out of that sort of a sticky situation as he sprints up towards that hill, but there is Game Home members unloading some bullets here, and he's getting shot at for now.
Oh, he manages to get off just in time here, and he has a tiny little bit of a defilade to work with here. Oh, the nade is perfect, though, as Neilty is going to take him down, and now Hechibert is left all by his lonesome, and he has to run in here, but he's stuck here, shooting from behind, and he's going to be in a bad spot. But it looks like Haisaki finally takes down Teddy, as he's not able to use the M2409 to the fullest of effects.
And Haisaki, of course, getting a nade being primed over side of Teddy, which means that's only one more member left for the side of Victim Esports, and Miracle will crash out first. This will make it the top 3 situation with Game Home, 4-man stroke, and RDK gets spotted out, and this is going to be Victim on 3rd place.
Oh, RDK Boss, the reaction not good enough there, and now it is down to the top 2, but it is a 2-on-4 situation in favor of Game Home. This could be their best run in terms of a single round result here, but it looks like Subang gets one, but Fap is going to get the trade back, and now it is only left to Haisaki. Haisaki has got a lot to do here. He's taken damage. There's not a lot you can do. They're all pushing in, and that is going to be it. The nade going to be dealing the final touches there as Game Home takes the win.
And Game Home finally got themselves that winner chicken dinner amidst all of that trouble that they have gone through for the past 2 days. And of course, this glorified team hailing from Vietnam has made their home nation proud. And not only that, on the opposing side, we've already seen some great contests coming out of Cerberus as well. And this definitely turns things around, because as we have calculated a lot of these points, there's so much of all that kill volume going across those tables. But it's time for us to actually check out some of all of these highlights for us for our penultimate match.
Yeah, and we did see a lot of these aggressive rotations coming out here, but yeah, Angel Alliance found themselves in a lot of the center, or rather the center of a lot of these early engagements, and yeah, they were going to be willing to oblige very much so, and to getting really up close and personal with Day Trade, and yeah, it was going to allow them to lose some of their players in the early stages, as well as Banana One able to come out from this particular battle here in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, and look at how low he was. He was carrying that MK14 to actually go on with those sort of spray down, and sometimes if you were unlucky, you will be going on those single taps. But look at this, totally opened things out, and he goes in knocking out Mad Dog, and it just sends Arkangel Predator on a disarray. And with that sort of opening, look at where the IC members are currently at. They went in rushing from the back, and this is where all hell broke loose, and Killa, he got clipped out of nowhere.
That was an amazing shot coming out from Tony. It's like, I had no idea that that's actually what went down, but that he really took advantage of that, and both Mad Dog and Killa down for the count. CJ tried to do his best, but Smell gonna be bringing up the rear now, and that was gonna be it there. But of course, CJ did take down one of the players for DIC, but Tony opening things up with those 2 kills.
Yeah, one of the most spectacular moments in Sanhok and Erangel, but this is where Divine were forced to commit against Cerberus, and this is how they actually turned out. They went toe-to-toe in terms of all these sort of nades being traded out, and it was only down to Namsi to actually go in for a save, and even Nikki, of course, getting caught out. Turtle somehow survived that sort of detonation, but did not survive that sort of spray down coming in from Subang.
Yeah, and that left it down to Namsi, but he had still got a lot of problems on his doorstep here, and he's gonna get continually shot out as Subang was gonna be able to take down all of them by his lonesome, and this was an amazing play from Hemorrhage here, as he was able to take down both Joeman and Putwist here as they were just trying to get out from this building.
Yeah, and I really thought that Hemorrhage would not survive out of that because he was forced to squeeze out of the window, and well, you gotta really thank the Blue Zone for flushing out some of these members from the other side as well. But Haisaki, of course, getting all too much out of it, and Smell, this is the reason why he is one of the best hitmen out there from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, currently he's averaging 1.7 kills per game, so that is an amazing record right now. Haisaki here is going to actually be able to do a lot more pressure here, but game home, this is where they started racking up the kills. They were going to be making things ever so difficult here for BRU to sustain into this game. Now BRU haven't really got going here on day number 3, and this was looking promising for them up to this point.
Look at how they actually track the movements coming in from the side of Godmail and FAP. Of course, Master actually did a lot of that sort of takedown, and this is where Subang, who already got 5 kills, also finds his way through to take down Konaxi and ending Buriram United's run in that penultimate fight.
Subang up to 6 kills at that point in time, and Cerberus here able to get into double-digit kills again, and Momonji not having any luck. He managed to get there safely, but that's just nicely within nade range.
Yeah, and of course, Miraculum have no choice but to actually take themselves outside of the play zone, and Fap was caught by surprise for a moment, and this is where Cerberus, of course, needs to actually commit towards the fight against Game Home. Strength in numbers, of course, will give them that edge, as they will be able to close this game with that winner chicken dinner.
So Game Home going to be happy that it's better late than never here, and they're going to be able to get that chicken dinner to close things out in the penultimate round. And of course, that does mean that there's going to be a lot more shifts here going on, as we only have one more round to determine who is going to get that last ticket to PGS Berlin. We're excited to see who's going to be taking that. But first, we will take a short break, and we will see how this will be concluding here on the PSSC. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for our final round. And we are going to be seeing who is going to be making it to Berlin along with our 3 already qualified teams. But now these are the scores after 17 rounds of play. So Qontra and I, Play the J, will be bringing to you all the final bits of action.
And of course, it's been a really long haul of the matches coming from day number 1. We've seen so many great chicken dinners being claimed by so many amazing teams, and we really got to give them a whole lot of round of applause. And of course, thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys were still staying with us from day 1 all the way up till now, as we've already seen Phoenix right now leading the pack, 131 points. But will that be enough for them to book that ticket to Berlin? Now Tonke has 30 kills, 28 in the hands of DIC Smell, Joman with 25, and 24 for Haisaki.
Monstrous killers right there, and Tonke doing an outstanding job in particular today. Right now, Golden Cat is in a position where they could take this here. Currently, they are in second with 125 points, 6 behind Phoenix, and they are 4 points ahead of Victim. Now, this is not completely out of it here for DIC or Arkangel, both on 114 points. If they get a win and a nice amount of kills, they could definitely get into contention there. But there's going to be these top 3 teams that have got everything to try and do it here. So this is definitely all going to be in their capability. But Jayers is going to get one onto RCM as his 4 horsemen, getting the advantage here in Pachiki this time.
This time around it's going to be payback time as we see the 4 horsemen storming it through and now are hunting their way to take down Angel Alliance.
So far, they are all scattered around here as though they've already have their own individual battles ready to rock and roll here, as Nan and Job Jab are going to be on the other side here. And currently everyone has got a mishmash of weapons, but Nan is going to go down first here as Jayers is going to pick him off from the other side of the other side of the road, in fact. And now Headmerge is actually moving into the same building here. He might be able to do something, but Job Jab is going to be using that crowbar to finish off Nan.
Oh my, what a way to actually take things off. But 69 here goes on for a sprayed out with Scar L, but it's not going to be enough. And QC and the rest of the horsemen have such clean ways to actually wipe out the entirety of Angel Alliance, but there's still going to be Hybrids still stalling things out, and there goes 1 kill in favor, and it will still be Angel Alliance bowing out to the 4 horsemen.
And Jebs looks as though he's gonna not be able to stop his teammate for getting thirsted there, but yeah, we can see why the Scar L's iron sights are pretty rubbish in this, but yeah, that's unfortunate there. But yeah, it does look like 4 horsemen will be the kings of Pachinki this time around.
Yeah, seems like the warfare does not stop right here. OG Phillips is being forced to get himself by the corner tree, and even the UAZ does not have any more tires to work with.
Yep, so it does look like DIC is really going to put a dampener on that plan, but Philip is still going to try and go for it anyways. Even with 3 tires, can still have a reasonable amount of distance that it can cover, but he's just going to be looting up a little bit more, getting it a little bit safe here. Actually, there's another vehicle there anyways, so Philip is just going to continue onwards.
Oh yeah, having some brand new spanking ride right there, and Canaxi is going to be finding a little bit of that trade-off in between those bridge with Creatory Esports.
Yeah, it does look as though that they are having Buriram here, going to be continuing to move a little bit further north to try and escape from this fire, but it does look like as though Creatory will have to move across anyways in the near future.
I can see that many of these teams are now really daring to make a move upon opposing teams. You know, the pressure has already been relieved for some teams that, you know, realistically, they cannot really climb to the top anymore. So this is definitely going to be their last way to actually celebrate their long hurdle. And of course, you could still, of course, give a whole lot of commendable effort to all the teams that have been playing out for today. And what more fitting way than to actually end this sort of game with a very central zone to play out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we haven't really seen a circle cover the northern part of Erangel so far. So this is a little bit of a change from all the previous 5 rounds that we've had. We've had already the 2 island rounds on day number 1, which was a treat to watch. And yeah, unfortunately, there was another water rotation there that didn't go well for 2 teams, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But now we have Arkangel. They are going to be relatively looted up here close together, so I think they're going to be happy that Angel Alliance is not in this game. I only say that because yesterday they were looting around in the Gatka region, and at the 5-minute mark they had their compound crashed into, and they lost 2 players straight away.
Oh yeah, that's definitely one rough memory that they had in the previous sort of round that you've just mentioned there. And speaking of victim right here, what are the chances to actually snatch things away from Phoenix Gaming? If we really do calculate right now, it's about 10 points separating 2 of these teams.
Yep, 10 points. So as long as they get a win or a high number of kills. But to be fair, I mean, Victim, they've had some good rounds where they managed to get double-digit kills, but I think that's been very rare. In their very first chicken dinner win, they did manage to get the singular double-digit kill of 10 kills only. So looking at them, they will probably need to get the win and at the same time get a certain number of kills, because Phoenix, they have shown, even in rounds which they are not winning, they have managed to secure quite a number of points in those rounds. So we have to be a little bit mindful of that. But again, we'll have to see how this transpires a little bit. This is a very neutral circle, so nothing a little bit too dicey just yet.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. And we've got to look back on towards how Phoenix Gaming actually had that sort of meteoric rise from the ashes where, you know, day number 1, one of their worst runs ever, and they've only managed to secure a top 3 finish with only 2 kills on round number 3. And day 2, somewhat of a better sort of a way to actually move things across with maybe a little bit better kill points in between. But today seems to be their perfect day, and they want to show what they've really got. And of course, yesterday they ended the entirety of day 2 with that chicken dinner, and they are on a spree.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that those 5 rounds in a row where they did manage to haul a huge number of points, including the last 2 rounds of yesterday, as you mentioned, definitely did get them up there in the thick of things here. And Divine is going to be rotating around here, and Divine is a little bit unfortunate to see them on such a roller coaster ride. Some rounds they look very dominant, and others they faded away with relative ease or getting caught out in rotations, and probably not something that we see all too often from them. And they've all elevated our expectations whenever we do see them on this kind of competition.
Yeah, and of course, we've definitely also raise the bar every single time they go into a brand new competitive circuit. And so far, you know, so many teams have already improved so tremendously, especially from the Philippines region, where they had some really rough runs in the previous past few seasons. But now we've seen so many of all these teams actually coming out from that PSS rounds, and now, of course, Arkangel Predator looks to me as one of the best out there from the Philippines.
Absolutely. So they're going to be already looking ahead to the future in PGS Berlin. They already qualified, and it looks like Shippy's here going to get caught out by Zigu here from Game Home. So that's a little bit unfortunate for Purple Moon. Purple Moon, another one of the teams that looked very promising after the first day of play. They were getting a lot of consistent results, maybe not getting any of the chicken dinners. Only on the second day they actually managed to get one. But yeah, the rest of the second day, apart from that round, was pretty much not up to standard.
Oh yeah, I certainly would say that there was so much expectation being set upon Purple Mood with so many legendary members to speak. As we see, they too being exceptionally harsh towards them as well. But now that I look into how everything transpired, there's no better fitting way to really see so many of all these brand new names, of course, emerging into the scene. And now that we have put all the best teams together, it seems to me that, there has to be something, a fresh new perspective to be brought out. And wow, imagine this, a Pochinki finish for the final game.
That would be perfect, and this is the perfect battleground if that does happen for all these teams to prove themselves. But now Purple Moon opening up here as Burning getting called out in rotation, and it does look like that is going to be it for him, as he's going to be bowing out early here as Just Moments finishes him off. And now at least that's going to set the path clear, or at least be a little bit more of a warning for his other teammates.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely a sharp catch coming in from Purple Moon. One extra point for themselves, while Arkangel Predator is just testing some shots over the window. Well, I guess that's definitely how they usually train their firepower. CJ18 just flexing some of all these muscles throughout his peripherals, of course. And we're looking at Kelps trying to actually book this spot. And this seems to be a really good place for Arkangel Predator to camp out, just right in between Pochinki as well as School.
Yeah, and now we're going to be seeing that Victim here is trying to put pressure onto Game Home. They are actually rotating around here towards the side of the Water Town, in fact. So they're going to actually be holed up nicely there. There's not going to probably be a lot of contention here from Victim, as currently they are holding quite sizable structures that they can actually work with here to try and hold the territory. And Levi's getting taken down by Anquan and DIC, looking to gather more points that they desperately need here in this game.
Yeah, and we can't really count out DIC just about yet. I mean, if they do really have a huge round to upset everyone here, and with the possibilities of Phoenix Gaming crashing out early, then maybe, just maybe, DIC might just squeeze it by the corners alongside with Arkangel.
Yeah, but they still got a lot of work to do. 17 points difference there, but it's definitely not beyond the likes of DIC. But we will see how it's going to be shaping up. Now, let's not forget, of course, DIC did have that monstrous 18 kill round, and they didn't even win that one. So they definitely have the capability, but it's whether or not they can deliver, because it hasn't been happening for them today. They've been sliding down, but they are dealing with the rest of Divine around the ruin side.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a really tricky place to actually play out from, because there's not much of those vehicles. If they do pop some tires off, Zigzag's going to be able to actually find Creatory member there, as Maruna gets taken down onto his knees.
And yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how this is fighting or is turning out. Maxonus here is going to finish off that player. And now we'll actually see that the players from Miraculum Gaming have actually managed to rotate all the way over here, very close to the Yasnaya side of things, after having to rotate for quite a bit in the early stages. As yeah, they're still trying to find a way to rotate into the center circle.
Yeah, and they've started off day number one with a really solid footing, but I'm not too sure, kind of dropped the ball somewhere in between. But Miraculum still have very respectable players, and I do hope to see them in a lot more tournaments to come. But Manji has already made his name in the circuit for the past couple of seasons, and I'm glad to see him all the time, as we see DIC Gaming here having 74 L1. Already pointed the gun towards some of all these members. And yep, Pochinki is still somewhat within reach, but it looks to me that it might just be some of all these open field terrains to be played out from. But Victim here has got some places to be covered up, while Arkangel is taking multiple territories for themselves.
Cerberus here is actually going for a very quick rotate here. They want to try and get into a little bit of a better position straight off the bat, but they are attracting a lot of fire from Arkangel and the likes. But it does look like Day Trade here is going to take down Smell from DIS. So it does look like things are heating up here, as now it looks like Divine here trying to return the favor on towards Purple Mood, in fact.
Wow, Divine actually taking a lot of pickoffs right there, and even Just Moments get himself knocked and over with. Turtle here, of course, not really going on its slow pace, as we see the top fragger, even from the side of the IC, Smell, has been eliminated in this matchup.
Yeah, so I think with every kill that we see here, it's denying more points to these teams that have a realistic shot here of getting into that top position, as you know, there's only so many things that can go around, and we still have all these top teams here in contention right now.
Now we're looking at on one of the members of the IC here, Anquan, just hiding by the corners here. This is going to be a really interesting spot for them to actually play around, as they know that Divine Esports is still lurking around. And here comes Joman, though. Daytrade Gaming is going to be able to actually spot one out from Golden Cat. And wow, they're going to be letting out some shots here, connecting 2 dots. And who knows how long can he take? That's going to be another shot connecting. And Joman down to 15%. And will be knocked away by Zigzag, returning the favor. And now Daytrade has got themselves in trouble with Banana One also down on the ground.
Oh, and yeah, it looks like Banana One here is going to get finished off there. And look at Golden Cat. They are looking for blood here. They are all moving up, as they do want to try and see if they can catch out Daytrade, as they're not going to let that go unpunished right now. It does look like Arkangel is still going to be holding the fort right now, as it looks like now Daytrade has got some serious problems.
And speaking of Daytrade here, they're trying to trade with the Horsemen as well. And Flash will be able to take down Anquan. So that's one morale for the side of DIC. Smell is still around the game, and it will be Tony to actually take out Boss. And of course, my mistake to actually count him off the gate early on. And the top fragger will still remain as one of the sharpest shooters of this tournament.
Yeah, so now it looks like DIC getting some vital picks here in the early stages, but it does look like now things are incredibly heated up, as this is also going to be difficult here for Victim. Now, Victim, they don't need to force it as high. They just need to make sure that they can try and get the best chance possible for a win. But
oh, wow. And this is what we've been asking for, an urban finisher. Well, there's still 50% possibilities to zoom in towards the side of Arkangel Predator, but wow, this means that Daytrade has one of the early entry points alongside 4 Horsemen, who has managed to win that trade against Angel Alliance, and now MG is going to be forcing another fight against Phoenix Gaming, and let's see how this one's going to go.
And Miraculum is rotating right next to Phoenix Gaming, and this is going to be real interesting, as Miraculum Gaming is probably going to attract a lot more of the fire compared to their unlikely friends in this scenario, but there is actually going to actually deter Phoenix Gaming from moving in that direction here, as Creatori is also going to be right there. Philip and Momonji is going to get taken out, as Gems here is going to be able to take them down.
Oh no, it's only down to Hatchieper just to stick by the corners here. Oh my goodness me! And the Divine members are being caught out, and Mad Dog here is pinning them down. Namsi got nowhere to hide. There is a couple of smokes that has been let out, and there goes the knock coming from Mad Dog to secure the kill.
Did Divine bump into that rock in the middle of the field when there was nothing else?
Oh yeah, like they just drive all the way straight in. Oh, out of all these rotations, we're seeing the 4 Horsemen punish everyone else, as Fap will be able to find Quontra as well. Fap taken out by Kanaxi, as Buriram go on that warfare, and they are trading blow for blow, and AAP is on the lookout.
Oh, Game Home is smothering the BRU players here. Now Eddie is going to get taken down at range by CJ, as Arkangel making this position here on the northern side. Their kill box right now, as they're really taking down all the teams that dare to traverse across this open ground. There's not a lot of cover. Namsi is going to be the next one to get eliminated by the Filipino squad, and Mad Dog is going to pick up that kill.
Now we're looking at AAP has already gotten themselves so much of all these coverage, but they're not really getting all too much of the pickups. He knows that one of the players coming in from the side of Zero Go and is still being standing over on the edge, and here comes Cerberus still trying to find the kills against Phoenix Gaming.
And right now it does look like something out of World War I here, as Game Home dealing with Arkangel, but oh, you don't, Phoenix Gaming is out.
Oh, this leaves the game wide out in the open. They did not get all too much of kills as well. Could this just be it? Golden Cat has what it takes to actually climb back up on top. The difference of points is only 6 points as we start off this round. And let's see how far can Golden Cat go.
Yeah, right now this is a golden opportunity for them, and now we're seeing BRU now moving into game home. This could actually be spelling the end for them here. But Arkangel, they're not taking any prisoners either. They are trying to really control as much of the area as possible. Eddie is going to prime the nade here. Nilt here is not going to get taken down, but he's taking still a lot of damage. DIC is weighing in. They take another 2 kills off Day Trade.
And Day Trade has been losing out so much of all these guys. And Game Home somehow still survives the brunt of it all. And Edie here, he does not dare to actually march forward. He knows that he needs to take this fight with caution. As Arkangel Predator somehow is smack in the middle and still is safe for now. Phase 4 closing out. Let's see the update for phase number 5.
Yeah, and it looks like it's still going to be centered on the northern side here, so it's going to be moving away from Pachinki. But now Eddie is still in this precarious spot. He's still got 3 game home members right in front of him, but there is still going to be all of these Arkangel Predator players that are still going to be presiding over this entire area and really not letting anyone out. But God Meow and Yumcut both going down here, but it's Nilt's nade.
Oh my, the nade actually took their own members down, and Game Home still managed to take down the rest of Buriram United, but they only have 1 man left out in the open.
And looks like another kill going to Tony and the rest of DIC. So maybe they are fancying their chances right now. They are certainly racking up the kills. Currently, Hechibert here is going to be the last player from Miraculum Gaming. He's going to just try and do whatever he can. He's actually going to get some shots there on an IQ 500, not going down just yet. And he's going to be popping a smoke here. He knows that he is not in a safe position.
Well, there's going to be that sort of a hill for coverage for inside of Kuritori, but the members of Cerberus are also pinning upon them as well. So this is going to be a 3-way attack towards the side of Miraculum as well as Kuritori. While Arkangel Predator, they really don't have all too much to worry because there's going to take a lot of effort for Cerberus to actually advance inwards to their compound.
And now DIC has 5 kills on the board. Now they're bringing it to game home as well. Anquan is going to be under a little bit of pressure. He doesn't have a lot of cover to work with, but Mad Dog is making it incredibly difficult for him. Whereas Cerberus here is going to be taking down Creatory as well in the process.
Well, CJ18 and the rest of Arkangel Predator have got this perfect bird's eye view. Though they don't really have a perfect angle, they can easily spot out any sort of lurkers, as such as Mad Dog ends the lives of Creatory Esports in 11th place.
And it looks like Hanboy are gonna be weighing down the members there from DIC. They take down Smell, the frag leader here, but oh, it looks like Anquan and 74L1 is also going down. This could be it for DIC, as they're gonna be facing quite a bit of pressure from all these remaining teams.
Arkangel Predator playing the devil right here, sending so many players into the lobby as we've had Mad Dog securing all those kills. And DIC has been wiped away by Golden Cat. Could this be it? Could they be on top of the table? Is there still Victim left alive?
Yeah, this could really be Golden Cat taking it here. I think we haven't really seen a lot from Victim as, you know, we have been looking on this northern side, which has been absolutely hectic for quite some time. And speak of the devil, it is going to be Victim. 3 players here on the church side of things, then they have a lot to deal with.
Oh my goodness me. We're talking about 2 potential champions actually locking horns right now, and there will be Victim here already losing their top fragger Teddy, and they still need to actually go for it. Here comes Killa with that sort of tracing, and that will be him letting him lose. But look at the church attack as we see Maxonus here. Oh, Hawkins! Get naded there by Maxonus the moment I speak of his name, and now 4 of these members of Golden Cat might just be able to actually take down their biggest opponent just yet.
This could seal the deal right now. They just have to wipe out these last 3 members of Victim, and they've pretty much got it in the bag here, but they are still going to play this one a little bit cautiously, it would seem, as they do have quite a few smoke grenades all being plumped out there. So Tino is going in for a little bit of a rotate, get into a little bit of a better position, but this is really Victim's last chance to try and come out with it.
Oh my, seems like Golden Cat knows that this is not the time for them to fight, but RDK Boss is not having it at all. Killa's going to be able to find MM members, and that will be Zigo1 also taking down Kukang. And now, over on the side of Arkangel.
Yeah, and now Arkangel still very much holding this compound down. They only have 4 kills from all the troubles, but they have been really causing the death of all the teams around them despite not picking up these kill points. But now it looks like Golden Cat moving in here. Game Home trying to open up onto them, but there's a lot of trading of blows right now as Game Home is going to be taking out Golden Cat as well.
Oh my goodness me, one more member of Victim has already fallen. They have no kills whatsoever. Well, members of Golden Cat has already got themselves quite a number stacked up upon them as GC knows that they can actually go in for the fire, and they are right now dancing with death, dancing all around, and they got nowhere to actually escape out of this. Both 4 Horsemen as well as Golden Cat are having that pin against the blue zone.
Oh, this is a shooting gallery. I don't think there's anything they can do. 6 Stacks takes on RDK Boss. There's only one more, and he gets both of them. That is 2 kills. Victim is out, and this could be Golden Cat securing their ticket to Berlin.
It might just be, but the show's not over and done. We're looking at Cerberus here, of course, climbing up the hill, getting himself a little bit more barricade, but AAP looking real strong, still having their fortress here, uncontested and unharmed.
And right now, there's still going to be all of this pressure from the Philippine team of Arkangel. They are going to take down Toyx here and in the smoke there, but looks like Merlin Moore is finished off, and that is going to be Cerberus here doing the work, and Divine also going to be bowing out in 6th position.
And the circle will favor the members of Cerberus as we speak of them, and there will be 2 more left for the side of Game Home. While we're looking at Arkangel Predator, we have talked about chances, and they need high kill volumes. There's still quite a number of players being left alive, unless, you know, if they can get 12 to 13 kills and that chicken dinner, there is possibilities, but can they beat the members of Golden Cat?
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order for them, but Arkangel doesn't care. They're going to play like there's no tomorrow regardless, and now they are trying to spot out any of these other members. It does look like Golden Cat is taking a bit more of a reserve approach. They are already inside the zone. They don't need to push it all too much, and Cerberus anyways is helping really lock everything down on the other side. They've been really racking it up.
CJ18 got the perfect bird's eye view. He's gonna go for those shots, and that SLR, the final shot, runs a little bit off with those recoil, but of course that buys enough time for Hisaki to heal himself all the way back up. Zico and as well as Nile T so far fighting so well for the side of Game Home, and this time around with this very final few minutes left of the game, Game Home might just actually be able to pull off something against the likes of Arkangel Predator.
Yeah, right now, I think Arkangel Predator has got to be really annoyed that Game Home is just so persisting for so long here. They always have to have one eye over their back. They can't actually navigate down south all that easily. Zigo there is going to actually be moving a lot faster than Neil, as he's actually just trying to see if he's going to be pushed by any of these Arkangel members. Currently, Mad Dog going to be just watching this flank here and making sure that they don't get backstabbed in turn.
Oh, Nalty was thinking of actually pulling off the frag in this sort of moment, but they know that there is a little bit more room for them over on the western side, so they are all focused on towards getting themselves safe and towards the next round.
But yeah, a little bit of a stalemate here. Everyone is already got a position inside the circle and not really wanting to pressure this too much. A 4th horseman going to be all the way on that southeastern side, sorry, as there's still going to be Cerberus who are going to be right in front of them. They have to be a little bit cautious about this one. And oh, looks like it's Cerberus's game to lose here.
Oh my, and in the first round of Erangel as well, they've already got that circle being blessed upon them as well. So this is definitely a Lady Luck smiling upon them once more. Now Mad Dog still on the lookout here. There's going to be Hisaki taking down J-Years as Jams will trade it all the way back. 1-for-1 exchange, and Hisaki gets eliminated.
Yeah, this is not going to be good. Now, this is not exactly when they want all these teams to be coming in, but they got no choice. They have the territory, and it's going to be Arkangel that is going to be starting to make their move here, trying to get into a little bit of a better spot, but it does look like Tall K is going to take down Subang with a nade, and now it does look like Cerberus here is being assaulted on all sides, and look at the amount of Arkangel players all moving in here, only going to beat Basil to try and hack it with all of these other players, but Mad Dog is really on top of Basil. I can't believe he hasn't spotted him. He's actually gone right past him at the tree.
My goodness me, they were just side by side, and somehow Mad Dog does not really see much. Oh, there it goes! CJ takes 2 birds with 1 stone, Zigzag as well, and they get 1-for-1 exchange. And over on the top side here, Arkangel Predator needs to advance for it, and here comes Calps as well. But still being all too silent, but he's got the point, actually having the gun over on the side of Calps.
Yeah, I can't believe they haven't spotted him out, you know, but Killa here, he's taking quite a bit of damage, and it's going to be Golden Cat moving in from the side, and yeah, I can't help but feel this is going to really bite them in the back here, as they're going to be fully focused here on Golden Cat and also 4 Horsemen.
Oh, speaking of Golden Cat, there's going to be members of 4 Horsemen actually taking down Maxonus, which means that they need to actually stall off for a while, but still will be eliminated by gems as well. The 4 Horsemen is bringing things to an end, and this will be the apocalypse coming towards their side as Chaos goes in to nail down members of QC. Oh no, that nade just stopped him right there.
Oh, JR's really gonna be putting a dampener on that after Arkangel really pushing up here. They got 7 kills in this game. JR's is gonna be all the way in the back. He's got nowhere to go. He's getting taken down here by Mad Dog. Mad Dog's gonna finish him off, and now it is down to the final 2 teams. Golden Cat versus Arkangel. These 2 teams are near the top of the table, but currently Golden Cat needs to probably get just a little bit more to be absolutely comfortable that they are going to be heading to PGS.
They need this 3 kills, this vital kills to secure that chicken dinner, and perhaps it's between the 2 of these players, and what better way to end this right now? Killa right now looking for the kills over on the top side here. Tonke, that chopper shooter of the side of the members of Golden Cat, is falling down, and there's only 2 more left. He's looking for Zigzag. Zigzag is just right in front. He's gonna drop that nade pretty much far away, and now he's gonna go in with another one as well. Here comes the spray down. Oh my goodness me! He falls down instead, and now 5 kills in the name of Zigzag.
Yeah, Zigzag is going to be all alone here, but he has to deal with all 3 remaining players here from Arkangel, and Calps finishing them all off. There's no chance of reprisal here, but it looks like Zigzag is going to get sprayed down, and that is it. Arkangel gets their 3rd win here to close things out, and that is an amazing result for them. They are going to be able to clean house in our very final game here of the PSSC.
11 kills for Arkangel. I'm not so sure about this, but how does this one count out for them? Because this should give them just enough points to actually bypass the likes of Phoenix.
Absolutely. So, of course, in terms of getting to Berlin, it doesn't matter because Arkangel has definitely got the ticket already. But the question is whether Golden Cat was able to comfortably overcome that. Now, points would suggest yes, but we have to see what the final scores are going to be. How many points did Phoenix actually manage to get there before they're eliminated? But they did get taken out pretty early in that game, so it's looking like it's going to be in favor of Golden Cat, all things considered.
Yeah, and of course, they're still positioning points for inside of Golden Cat as well, but time for us to recap those moments as we see Angel Alliance, of course, getting themselves taken out by the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, which ended up in 3rd place as well, which is such a solid showing coming from their side.
Yeah, exactly. And Cerberus here was, of course, going to start their killing very early on in this game, and yeah, it was Divine. They again just couldn't really get things going. They lost players here and there, which really set them down the path where they weren't able to, you know, demonstrate the kind of legacy and also the reputation that they have, you know, in this kind of setting.
Yeah, and of course, it has definitely been a really harsh battle for many of them that haven't played out in this sort of game, where we saw Game Home, of course, landing quite a number of substantial nades, and Edie eventually gets finished off, but at some of the costs of their own teammates' life.
Yeah, exactly. So Neil taking down Yum Cup in this exchange here. Of course, Ego was there to finish it, but it was maybe a little bit too late as Game Home reduced that 2 players, but they would keep them for quite some time. DIC, this is their final push to try and get as many kills as they could, as they were trying to advance and take that top spot back after they started the day in 1st, but it was going to be difficult.
Alright, and of course, Purple Mood has already got themselves into its really tough place to actually move about, and they have to actually take on this fight against the IC, but not without taking out the 7 for L1 right here with that double nade coming out from Hanbo. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a nice little bit of skill there, as we also did see Victim here getting picked off, and that was going to really seal the deal. The third place team coming into this final round, not able to really last much longer and didn't get many kills for their trouble, but we are seeing that there's actually going to be quite a little bit of movement coming out in the later stages. Now, of course, Cerberus here did have the zone, but they were pressured from all sides. The nades flying in from Four Horsemen was going to be absolutely devastating for the teams, as we also did see that Game Hope not able to get in from that periphery right there.
Nice. And of course, we saw Golden Cat, of course, holding on towards this game, and they knew that they need to make it to the top, and it was between them as well as Arkangel in the end when the members of Four Horsemen finally bowed out. And well, I would say that since Tonke was the top fragger here, he was actually eyeing on towards getting Killa, but he was in the smoke. It was really tough for him to actually do all too much. So 6-stack definitely stood up, and of course, landed one killing blow, and eventually the rest of Arkangel responded in return.
Yeah, and this is awesome plays coming out from all of them, and they managed to get 11 kills in that game. So this could definitely put Arkangel in that top position, and they would be proving that they definitely deserve to be going to Berlin for the final competition.
That's right, and of course, we'll still have to wait for the official results, and this will be the kill rankings that will be out right now. And Tonke will remain as the top fragger of the entirety of the tournament, while DIC Smell will come in only short of 1 kill.
Yeah, so I mean, we've seen an incredible number of fraggers here on this table, and this first time we've seen Haisaki and Joman, so great performances from them to really get the number of kills, to really contribute for their team. It's been an absolute frag fest towards the end here, and yeah, I think we're just blessed to see so much skill on offer that it's been absolutely perfect.
And of course, what a stunning finish coming out of all these teams, and we really gotta say, Golden Cat already found such a way to keep themselves so consistent, and it was so dramatic. We thought that Phoenix, the meteoric rise that they have crafted out in day 2 and day 3 seems to be pretty much enough, but they crashed out when it mattered the most, and this is where it definitely hurts them in their heart.
I think they can draw a lot of comfort, or rather in motivation for the future to continue down this path, to compete and to be as competitive in this type of scene, as of course they get more and more experience and able to represent their country even better.
And of course, you guys have been waiting for this moment. It's time for us to crown the champions of the Southeast Asia Super Cup, and it will be Golden Cat on top of the table with 140 points, and with Arkangel Predator giving them a run for the money with a total of 135 points after that chicken dinner. But of course, everyone has played a stellar game, and it will be Phoenix Gaming coming in third place with 131 points.
Yeah, so there is a little bit of heartbreak for them. They put in a lot of effort towards the end, but they weren't able to get it, as you said, in the final couple of games. And Golden Cat, after being consistently up there, they were going to be able to close out the competition nice and strong. Arkangel getting the record 3 chicken dinners, and they are also going to be going with Golden Cat to Berlin.
And of course, Divine Esports did get 3 chicken dinners as well. And of course, they deserve really high, astounding respect for themselves and for everyone who has been playing out. And all of you viewers back at home, we thank you guys so much for, of course, being a big part of the Southeast Asia Super Cup.
Exactly. I think we've had a blast here casting together. It's been awesome again. And I think we just, again, really like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything. And of course, we'd like to thank all the partners that made all this happen. Namely, we're going to have Cause Effect, KK Revolution, Lot 10. And this is brought to you by Geek Events. And a big thanks to PUBG Corporation for all the support.
And of course, that will be all from us. And we will be able to see you in the next upcoming major tournament. Of course, till then, my name is Qontra, as well as PLJ will be signing out, and we wish you a very great week up ahead.
Have a very good night.